Chapter 659. The next day, at the Supernatural Research Department, Liaz, Junai, Isha, Genova, Irina, Label, Kiba Yuto, and the others were all speechless as they watched the scene on the sofa. Noah was sitting there with a bitter expression on his face. He felt very uncomfortable under the gaze of Liaz and the others, but there was nothing he could do. There was no other reason. At this time, there was a petite and lovely person in Noah's arms. Meow, with a cute meow, the kitten with a pair of white cat ears was like a kitten that kept acting coquettishly towards Noah. Not only did it hug Noah's neck tightly, but it also wrapped its tail around Noah's arm and used its little tongue to lick Noah's neck and cheeks. If it was really a cat, then these actions should all be the cat's way of expressing its closeness to Noah. But if it was an extremely cute kitten, then no matter how one looked at it, it would look like a show of affection to others. If Noah had not been avoiding it, the kitten would have licked Noah's lips without hesitation and stuck its tongue into Noah's mouth to entangle with Noah. Or rather, it was already good enough that it did not take off its clothes like last night and try to push Noah down. Sigh. Liaz rubbed her temples and looked at Isha. What's going on? I don't know. Isha glanced at the kitten that kept licking Noah's neck and cheeks. Her pretty face was already puffed up as if she was quite envious. It became like this after waking up this morning. Then what's with the cat ears and tail? She squatted beside Noah and stared at the kitten's tail that was wrapped around Noah's arm. Then, she asked in amazement, "That's right. It doesn't look fake. Come to think of it, you guys still don't know about this." Junai did not wear his usual smile, which was rare. Instead, he looked at the kitten with a complicated look in his eyes. The kitten was not human before it was reincarnated as a demon. It was a cat demon of the cat demon race. Cat demon? Genova seemed to have remembered something. If I remember correctly, it's a rather high and rare race among the demons, right? It's a very high and rare race among the cat demon race that can use both immortal and magical arts at the same time. Label seemed to know something about this. She kept glancing at the kitten's direction and seeing how close the kitten was acting to Noah. Label was a little angry. But, what's going on? Why is the kitten clinging on to Teacher Noah? All of a sudden, everyone's gazes were once again gathered's face and the kitten's. Under such circumstances, even Noah was a little annoyed. While dodging the kitten's incessant licking tongue, he yelled at Leah's direction. "Can't you think of something, Liesel?" "You say that, but I don't know what's going on." Liesel frowned and came to the side of the sofa. She touched the kitten's forehead, then its belly, and her frown deepened. "Its body temperature is very high, and its behavior is very abnormal. The kitten must have lost its mind. Why is it like this?" "It seems to be because of my influence." Noah recalled Drake's guess. According to Drake, the kitten is a rare cat demon that can use immortal spells. It's very sensitive to chi. Recently, I've been exploring new ways to use my power, which caused the chi in my body to increase greatly. Moreover, the kitten has been hiding its immortal spell power, so it was stimulated by my greatly increased chi, which caused the kitten to lose its mind. Is that so? Liesel was relieved. It's probably because the kitten lost its mind that Nicomeda's estrus period was stimulated, and it was stimulated by your chi. That's why the kitten uncontrollably clinged onto you, right? Nicomeda's estrus period? Noah muttered, but before he could think about it, the kitten came up and licked Noah's lips, causing Noah's face to crumble. By the way, why is the kitten hiding its identity and power? Aside from Aisha, Genova, and Irina, who were former believers of the church, Liesel, Junai, and Kiba Yuto all lowered their heads and fell into silence. Even Label seemed to have thought of something. Could it be? Seeing that, Noah turned his gaze to Label. "Label, do you know what's going on?" "Ah." Label did not expect Noah to ask her directly. She panicked a little at Noah's question, and then deliberately coughed and pretended to be calm. I've only heard about it. Even if you ask me, I can't tell you too much." Although she said that, Labelle also began to explain. I once heard that a few years ago, a superior demon found a pair of homeless cat demon sisters whose parents had died. They had no one to call home and no one to rely on. He took a fancy to the cat demon sister's potential and made the cat demon sister his family. Labelle's expression suddenly became serious. However, the cat demon sister's potential was above that superior demon's estimation. After being reincarnated as a demon, she grew very quickly and obtained extraordinary power, surpassing her master in a short time. Moreover, she was devoured by an excessively powerful force and turned into an evil person who only cared about blood and battle. Noah's expression darkened at that. Backlash of power. In other words, the cat demon sister went berserk because of an excessively powerful force? This made Noah involuntarily recall his childhood. The cat demon sister, whose power increased endlessly, killed her master in the end and became a lost demon. Moreover, she was one of the most dangerous lost demons. She was able to annihilate all the demon troops that were pursuing her. Even now, no one has been able to bring her to justice. Labelle secretly glanced at Kitten. In the end, the superiors decided not to pursue the cat demon sister for the time being to avoid unnecessary sacrifices. Instead, they turned to the cat demon sister and held her accountable. It's said that they were worried that the cat demon sister would lose control in the future, so they planned to execute the cat demon sister. With that, Labelle closed her mouth and did not say anything else. This was because Lilith sighed. It was Big Brother who saved her and convinced all the superior demons to hand her over to me to manage. She became my dependent. At this point, there was no need for any more explanation. Needless to say, the cat demon sister must be Kitten, right? Ever since she became my family, I've never seen Kitten use any sorcery or immortal arts. She rarely even uses her mana, and only uses the Rook attribute to attack and defend in battle. Lilith stroked Kitten's head affectionately. Kitten was worried that she would end up like her sister if she used that power. She would be consumed by the power, lose her mind, and become an evil person who kills without batting an eyelid. That's why she's been hiding her identity and power. Everyone present fell silent. Zhu Nai, Labelle, and Kiba Yudo should more or less know about Kitten's situation, right? As for Aisha, Genova, Irina, and the others, they did not expect Kitten to have such a past. Even Noah's gaze became complicated when he saw Kitten with red cheeks and moist eyes. She kept coming up to him and licking his face and neck like a spoiled child. According to their previous conversations, Noah knew that Kitten had a past that he did not want to recall. However, Noah did not expect that Kitten's past was somewhat similar to his own. She was worried that her power would go berserk, so she deliberately hid her power. It was almost the same as how Noah trained his temperament and magic control to not go berserk when he was young. The difference was that Noah chose to take the initiative to train himself due to his exceedingly powerful power, while the Kitten sealed that power away as if it was escaping from it. One intended to treat the root of the problem. The other intended to treat the symptoms. That was the difference. Of course, the current problem was still to solve Kitten's mental disorder. There's no other way. We have to go to the underworld ahead of time. In the end, Lilith made the decision. If we go to the main family, we should be able to find more information about the Nikomata clan. Noah could only nod. Chapter 660. There was about a week left before Colt King Academy's summer break. With Noah and Leah in the lead, the entire paranormal research department had applied for leave and started their summer break a week earlier. They followed Leah to the station closest to Colt King Academy. Station? Noah asked Leah as he hugged the kitten that was clinging to him tightly, despite the strange looks from the people around him. Why are we at the station? Do you even need to ask? Leah answered matter-of-factly. To the underworld, of course. Underworld? Could it be that taking the train at the station will bring us to the underworld? Then this underworld is really down to earth. Noah could not find the words to complain, but he could not tell what was going on either. All he could do was hug the kitten obediently and follow Leah. Meow, the kitten's face was still as red as ever, and its eyes were filled with tears. Its ears and tail were wagging happily, but it did not lick Noah's face or neck. Instead, it kept rubbing itself against Noah's chest as if it found it comfortable. The people at the station seemed to have thought of the kitten as a naughty child, and did not really think that the kitten's ears and tail were real. Still, they were struck by the kitten's cuteness. Noah could even hear many of the middle-aged men panting uncontrollably, and the corner of his eye twitched. Under such circumstances, Leah led Noah and the rest to the elevator in the station. "Well then, Sensei, the kitten, Aisha, and Label, follow me. The rest of you, Genova and Irina, follow Zhu Nai and Yuto." "Yes, sir." Zhu Nai, Genova, Irina, and Kiba Yuto nodded in response. Then, Noah carried the kitten and entered the elevator with Aisha and Label. The next moment, the elevator doors closed. In the elevator, there were only 1 and 2 displayed on the screen. Leah took out something that looked like a card from her uniform's pocket and placed it in front of the elevator's electronic panel. Beep! A sound effect, as if a scan had been verified, began to play. Immediately after that, the elevator moved, and it actually moved downwards. Below. Noah looked at Lias in confusion. Is there another floor below the station? Not only Noah, but even Isha could not hide her surprise and nervousness. She tightly tugged at Noah's sleeve with tears in her eyes. "It feels like I'm going to hell. So scary." "You may say that, but the underworld is above hell in the first place." Lias laughed bitterly. "The hell that contains the souls of the sinners of this world is below the underworld. Therefore, going to the underworld is equivalent to going to hell." Ah! Aisha was even more scared now. Undoubtedly, he's going to the underworld before he dies. Will he not be able to come back? Looking at Isha's timid appearance and innocent words, everyone could only smile helplessly. There's a secret floor under this station, a place that only demons know about. On the side, Label acted as a commentator. That's a route used exclusively by demons. Most humans would never be able to enter it in their entire lives. Places like this are not only hidden in this station, but also in this town and other places in the human world. At that, Label suddenly said to Noah with a fake smile. "By the way, teacher, you must be tired from carrying the kitten like this. Why don't you put it down?" Label's sudden change in topic almost made Noah unable to react. When he did, he sighed. "I want to as well, but do you think it's possible?" Meow. The kitten seemed to be pandering to Noah's words. It hugged Noah tightly like a spoiled child and kept rubbing against Noah's chest with a satisfied look on its face. Ugh! Isha and Label immediately teared up at the same time. "I'm so envious." While they were chatting, the elevator finally stopped and the door gently opened. What appeared in front of Noah's group was an extremely vast space. It was like a huge hole in the ground. Its structure was very similar to a platform in a train station, but the furnishings were somewhat different from a human train station. There was also a space for a track. With that, Noah finally confirmed it. If they wanted to go to the underworld, they would need to take a car and not just take an elevator. After a while, Zhu Nai and Kiba Yuto brought Genova and Irina down. "This is the underworld. It doesn't feel like it." It seemed that even Genova and Irina thought that they could take the elevator directly to the underworld. Once they came out of the elevator and saw the vast space in front of them, they were immediately confused. Ignoring Genova and Irina's confusion, Liath clapped her hands. "Alright, since we're all here, let's get on the train and depart for the underworld. I've already notified them. The Gimli family's private train should be here soon." As soon as this sentence fell, in front of the tracks, a train with sharp angles and engraved with patterns representing demons suddenly appeared in a burst of spatial fluctuations. It directly drove out of space and stopped on the tracks. "So, we need to take a train to the underworld?" Beep! The train's whistle echoed in the space. Sitting in the middle of the train, Noah, who was hugging the kitten, looked out through the window and saw a space that swayed like water waves. Clearly, this train was passing through the barrier between the human world and the demon world, heading toward the underworld. Since she was the owner of this train, Lilith went to the carriage at the front of the train. With Noah in the lead, the Gimli family members sat in the middle of the carriage. A train to the underworld, how should I put it? It feels like a horror story. Aisha, Genova, and Irina were gathered together. They leaned against the car window with great interest, looking at the scenery outside and chatting happily. Speaking of which, why do we need to take a train to enter the underworld? Noah turned his head and looked at Zhu Nai and Label, who were also talking. Isn't there a magic circle that can transfer to other spaces? Can't we just use the magic circle to enter the underworld directly? Generally speaking, you can do that, Zhu Nai explained. However, people like Teacher who enter the underworld for the first time have to go through an official channel to enter the underworld. Otherwise, it will be treated as illegal entry. Minister Lilith should be handling the official entry procedures for Teacher right now, right? Entry? Noah was speechless. So, entering the underworld also requires entry procedures? How should I put it? Is that the underworld that everyone fears? Or is it some foreign country that provides travel for others? It feels like there's something wrong with all kinds of things, that. Label began to fidget for no reason. Her pretty face was also slightly red. She looked at Noah and mustered up her courage. Teacher, if you have time, you can also go to Phoenix's house. Phoenix's house? Noah found it strange. Why go to Phoenix's house? Nothing. Label lowered her head, and her voice became inaudible. It's just that my family wants to see you. Label's voice was very soft, but Noah still heard it. At that moment, Noah could only laugh dryly. An hour later, looking up at the sky that was as clear as a lake, and then at the huge building that resembled a castle, Noah, who was once served like a king by the people of the magic world, was speechless. This is the Gimli family's house. Lilith said proudly to Aisha, Genova, Irina, and Label. From today onwards, this is also your home. After all of you are my family, and Label is no exception. Apart from Phoenix's house, please treat this place as your home as well. Yes, Lady Leah, Label replied obediently. Aisha, Genova, and Irina, on the other hand, were so stunned by the huge building that they had yet to react, and did not know how to reply. Anyway, come with me to meet my family first. Leah shook her head with a smile, and then looked at Noah. Teacher, you should take the kitten to rest first, and have Gilifia take you to my brother later. He should know how to solve the kitten's problem. Sazax? Noah narrowed his eyes slightly. Is he free now? I don't know if he's free. Leah only then remembered the duel between Noah and Sazax, and her expression became more or less serious. But my brother should meet you. Noah nodded, and the corner of his mouth slowly curled up. This is getting more and more exciting, Sazax. Chapter 661. In a room as spacious as the hall of a mansion, Noah let the kitten lie down on a bed that was large enough for 5 people to sleep on. Meow. At this time, the kitten seemed to be really tired. She closed her eyes and with a sweet voice that made people want to hug her tightly, she curled her body and fell into a deep sleep. Looking at the kitten's cute and coquettish behavior that would never be displayed by the taciturn kitten, Noah was speechless for a long time. To be honest, seeing the kitten like this, Noah wondered if he should let the kitten return to her original state. If he let the kitten return to her original state and found out that she had fallen into such a strange state because she deliberately hid a power that she didn't want, the kitten would definitely be very sad, right? Moreover, if she returned to her original state, it would mean that the kitten would remember her unbearable past and return to her taciturn self. Compared to that, Noah felt that the current mentally unstable kitten that was as unrestrained and innocent as a normal kitten was more suitable for the kitten. However, this thought should not have existed. Even if there was an unforgettable sad past, it was also proof that he had once existed. If he didn't bear it, it would mean that he was escaping. Moreover, no one knew better than Noah what kind of life would be like without a past. The feeling of not knowing where he came from, not knowing what kind of existence he was, and not even knowing if he should appear in this world, if possible, Noah didn't want to experience it a second time. Presumably, the kitten was the same, right? Therefore, forgetting was definitely not a good idea. Only by facing the problem could he solve the problem. Rubbing the kitten's small head, Noah said as if he was talking to himself. In this world, there has never been a wrong power, only wrong people. As long as you use the power well, then even the power of a curse can become right. Don't reject yourself. Not sure if the kitten heard Noah's words, but the pair of ears of the sleeping kitten moved slightly, and then there was no other movement. Seeing this, Noah only rubbed the kitten's head lovingly, then stood up and walked out of the door. Lord Noah. Outside the door, Gilifia, dressed as a maid, bowed to Noah as if she had been waiting for a long time. Lord Sazax is waiting for your arrival. Sazax? Noah closed the door and looked at Gilifia. Is Sazax back? Yes. Gilifia turned to face Noah. This way, please. With that said, Gilifia walked in front and led the way for Noah. If someone who didn't know better saw this scene, who would have thought that this maid named Gilifia was a true Demon King level character? To outsiders, Gilifia claimed to be Sazax's maid. However, those in the know knew that Gilifia was Sazax's indispensable assistant. Gilifia was none other than Sazax's queen. She was known as the Silver-Haired Annihilation Queen, and was known as the strongest Demon King in the entire underworld. Without a doubt, Gilifia was a Demon King. That was why Noah could sense an aura that was only below that of a god slayer when they first met. Under Gilifia's lead, Noah came to a hall that was so luxurious that it looked like an audience with a king. He saw Sazax, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. And besides Sazax, Asashel was also there. You guys are too much. Asashel complained to Noah as soon as he arrived. I already said that I was planning to come to the underworld, but you guys left me behind and came here alone. We specifically asked for leave. I'm sure you know the reason. Noah raised an eyebrow. By the way, why are you here too? Since all the people I need to observe are gone, what's the point of me staying in that academy? Asashel said bluntly. I had no choice but to come here directly. Compared to Asashel's words that were no different from a ruffian's, Sazax was like a big brother next door. He didn't have the majesty of a demon king at all as he greeted Noah with a casual smile. I heard that you came back with Leah's, so I rushed over immediately. Where's Leah's? I'll bring the family members to visit your parents first. Noah cut to the chase. Let's not talk about that for now. You already know about the kitten's problem. How should we solve it? It was only then that Sazax and Asashel turned serious and looked at each other. That catnip must have lost his mind because the powerful key in your body stimulated his hidden power, right? Asashel said. So, Sazax and I both feel that it's because she was stimulated by your aura, causing the aura in her body to become chaotic. That's why she ended up like this. Immortal arts were different from magic or magic. Magic or magic was the power to create supernatural phenomena through controlling techniques. Immortal arts, on the other hand, were mainly manifested in the aspect of ki. The so-called ki referred to the source of power in life, and some people in Japan also called it chakra. Compared to magic power and light power, ki had no direct destructive power at all. It was similar to Noah's magic power. It was a kind of life force that everything had. Immortal arts were actually just controlling this kind of ki. Since ki existed in everything, those who knew how to use immortal arts were good at judging the flow of ki and could detect the location of each individual. They could also control the flow of ki in their body to strengthen the inside and outside of the body, or interfere with the ki in nature, causing trees to bloom or wither. Therefore, immortal arts were spells that manipulated the flow of life. Disrupting and blocking the opponent's ki could cause harm to life. Therefore, once the ki in a person's body was in disorder, it would cause all kinds of physical symptoms. If the key in Kitten's body was in disorder, it would not be strange for her mind to suddenly go haywire. The most important thing is that Kitten has been suppressing her power, which led to her being stimulated by the powerful external key. If she did not deliberately suppress her power, then this would not have happened. Sazax looked directly at Noah. So, if you want Kitten to recover, you either have to let someone who knows how to use immortal arts adjust the flow of ki for her, or you can only let Kitten give up suppressing her power and let the suppressed and disordered ki flow smoothly on its own. Then, everything will be fine. Noah frowned. Then, can you find someone who knows how to use immortal arts? Hearing this, both Sazax and Athasher shook their heads. It's not difficult to find someone who knows how to use immortal arts. Athasher said directly. However, rather than letting outsiders solve this problem, I think it's better to let Kitten solve her own problem. In fact, Noah thought so too. The question was whether Kitten could truly accept her identity and power, and face up to her past. I think, even in this state, the Kitten's own consciousness should still be awake. That was Sazix's conclusion. If you talk to her, she will be able to hear you. Noah muttered to himself. One was a way to treat the symptoms. The other was a way to treat the root of the problem. Then, there was no need to consider which one to choose. I'll try. Noah could only give this answer and immediately looked at Sazax. Then, when should our duel begin? I wouldn't dare to be unprepared if I were to fight you, the most powerful Red Dragon Emperor in history. Sazax laughed bitterly. Then, as if he had thought of something, he suddenly smiled. Actually, what you want is not a duel with me, but a battle where you can exert your full strength, right? Noah nodded. Then, give me some time to prepare. Sazax smiled meaningfully. When the time comes, I'll make sure you're satisfied. Let's set the time for 5 days later. Athasher said. I'm also going to arrange about a month of special training for Leah's family. Your battle will begin then as well. Noah nodded heavily, his heart beginning to look forward to it. Chapter 662. After chatting with Sazax and Asashel, Noah returned to the Kitten's room. To Noah's surprise, when he arrived at the Kitten's room, there was another person standing at the edge of the bed, staring at the Kitten with a dazed expression. Himejima. The person standing at the edge of the bed and looking at the Kitten was Himejima Junai. Hearing Noah's voice, Junai came back to his senses. His face returned to his usual gentle smile as he looked at Noah. Era, I thought I went to meet the parents. Meet the parents? Noah was stunned. What parents? Don't tell me you've forgotten. Junai tilted his head and reminded him. In terms of status, you're still the fiancé of Minister Laius. After being reminded by Junai, Noah remembered that there was such a matter, and he immediately laughed bitterly. What about you? Didn't you go with Laius to meet her parents? I've seen the minister's parents many times. This time, the minister wants to introduce a new family member to his parents. So, I asked for permission to come here to take care of the Kitten. Junai chuckled. The minister's parents are unexpectedly very fond of the minister. Once they meet, they probably won't be able to leave before night falls. If you want to meet the parents, you can do it now. Under Junai's teasing, Noah could only roll his eyes. He came to the edge of the bed, sat down, and gently smoothed the hair on the sleeping Kitten's forehead as he said to Junai. Sazax said that the Kitten can hear us now. Do you have anything to say to the Kitten? Anything to say? The smile on Junai's face slowly disappeared and was replaced by a complicated expression. Should I say, a lot? Is it a lot? Noah looked at Junai. But I don't think you're talking to the Kitten much. Because the Kitten can understand what I want to say even if I don't say it. Junai's eyes became extremely complicated. After all, we are the same kind of people. We all hate the blood and power in our bodies. You hate your own blood and strength? Noah's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't say anything. However, Noah couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, everyone has an unbearable past. That's right. Zhu Nai gave a rare bitter smile. Unfortunately, I can't give it up. So, we can only choose to face it head-on, Noah said meaningfully. Immersing yourself in the sorrow of the past will only lead to stagnation. Teacher, this is how you got here, right? Zhu Nai smiled. However, that smile seemed forced no matter how one looked at it. As expected of the God Slayer and the Red Dragon Emperor. Compared to us, teacher is really too strong. No, you're wrong. I'm not strong at all. Noah directly denied it. When you realize that you have something that you can only do now, and a group of friends who are constantly supporting you and silently encouraging you, you will know that you don't need a strong will to face the past. You only need courage. With that, Noah stood up. Talk to the kitten more. It'll be good for her recovery. With that, Noah walked out of the kitten's room, leaving Zhu Nai alone. Zhu Nai still lowered his head with a complicated expression. No one knew what he was thinking. In the next 5 days, whenever he had time, Noah would talk to the kitten in her room. Not only Noah, but the girls, including Lias, who knew about the kitten's situation, would find time to come to the kitten's room and talk to her about all kinds of things. No one knew if it was because all her previous energy had been used up, but the kitten had not been able to wake up in the past 5 days. She had been in a deep sleep. Asashel felt that the kitten was consciously refusing to wake up. She was immersed in confusion about her own power. So, if he wanted the kitten to wake up, it would probably be up to the kitten to face him and accept his power. At that time, the kitten's mental problems would also be solved, right? During this period, Noah also met with Lias's parents a few times. It was mainly about Lias's engagement. It had to be said that Lias's parents really wanted to marry Lias off. During this period of time, they had been indirectly interrogating Noah, asking him when he was going to marry Lias and when she would give birth to a grandchild. Noah was quite speechless when he heard that. In addition, Noah could not directly say something like, "I'm just playing with your daughter. It's not real, and I won't marry her." In the end, Noah could only brush them off. Under such circumstances, 5 days passed by. On this day, with Noah and Lias in the lead, a group of Jimenez's family members gathered in the courtyard in front of the Jimenez's house. Everyone was wearing sportswear, even Noah. Standing in front of everyone was Asashel. At this moment, Asashel was holding a teaching material in his hand as he bluntly said this. "I'll say this first. The training I'm going to arrange for you is mainly designed for the future. Some people will show results immediately, and some people will have to continue for a long time to see results. As long as you don't go in the wrong direction, you'll be able to grow very well." Then, first of all, Lias. Asashel was the first to call Lias. "From the beginning, you're a demon of the highest standards in terms of talent, physical strength, and magic power. Even if you maintain the status quo and continue to develop, your abilities will gradually grow. When you really reach adulthood, you should have the opportunity to become a demon of the highest level. So, I'm only arranging some basic training for you. That's enough. Overall, all your abilities are quite good. Because of this, you only need to do some basic exercises to improve your strength." After saying that, Asashel turned a page of the teaching material in his hand. Next is Zhu Nai. Yes. Zhu Nai, who was called by Asashel, did not seem very happy. It felt like Zhu Nai did not like Asashel very much. He had more or less shown this tendency in the past. And Asashel's next sentence made Zhu Nai's unhappy face turn into a real gloomy one. "You have to accept the blood flowing in your body." His words made Zhu Nai squint his eyes and stare at Asashers. "I don't need to accept that kind of thing." "Is that so?" "But that's your own body, isn't it? Denial will only make you weaker, right?" Asashel did not even look at Zhu Nai and said bluntly. "You've seen what kitten is like. No matter how sad or painful it is, you have to accept everything about yourself. You and kitten's weakness is yourselves. If you don't overcome this weakness, you'll only become a burden in future battles. Zhu Nai did not respond. Instead, he lowered his head with an uncertain expression on his face. In this regard, Asashel continued to speak as if he did not realize it. Next is Sawmill. Yes. Kiba Yudo immediately answered, looking very serious. You are the same as Leah. You can become stronger by continuing basic training. Your swordsmanship is already outstanding, and your speed is even better. The only thing you lack is defense. Asashel handed a copy of the teaching materials in his hand to Kiba Yudo. This is the way to use the sword-type sacred gear that I've researched. If you follow this direction, you might be able to reach the level of balance breaker. After that, I'll teach you one-on-one. Before that, you just need to go through the basic training. As expected of an expert in the study of sacred gear. He was very skilled in this aspect. Next, Genova. For the first time, Asashel raised his eyes and glanced at Genova. You've already undergone sufficient training in the church. Now, you don't need me to arrange any messy training for you. So, instead of doing pointless training, I think it's better for you to familiarize yourself with the trump card in your hand. Genova fell into deep thought after hearing Asashel's words. Then it's Aisha and Irina. Asashel closed the teaching materials in his hand. When the two of you were reincarnated, each of you used 4 pawns. As demons, the strengthening you received when you were reincarnated should be much higher than that of ordinary demons. But now, the power that the pawns give you has not reached its limit. You who have just been reincarnated as demons are unable to bear the power of 4 pawns. The value of the pawns is even higher than that of a knight and a bishop, and it is close to the power of a rook. What you need to do is to release this power, and I will assist you. So that's how it is, we still have that kind of power in our bodies. Both Isha and Elena were more or less excited by this news. As for Label, Asashel scratched his head. Instead of letting me arrange training for you, why don't you go home to Phoenix and let your family teach you how to use the power of the Phoenix? Understood. Label nodded heavily. You can each carry out your own plans. Asashel finally looked at Noah. Noah, come with me. Your opponent is already waiting for you. Hearing this, Noah laughed. It was a laugh that made his blood boil. Chapter 663. With Liaz in the lead, all the Jemengli family members who were arranged by Athashel for special training went to their respective training places and left Noah's side. Although Liaz and her family members all looked unusually worried when they left, and were obviously very concerned about the duel between Noah and Sazax, Athashel still chased everyone away. It's called a duel, but it's just for training and actual combat with prepared opponents. Instead of worrying about this, it's better to worry about your growth in a month's time. If you don't work hard, the next time you meet Noah will be so strong that you won't even be able to touch him. After hearing Asashel's words, Riaz and the others had no choice but to leave obediently and prepare for their training despite their reluctance. On the other hand, Noah was led by Athashel to a mountain very far away from the Jemengli family. Originally, Asashel could have directly used the teleportation magic circle to come over, but because Noah, as the god slayer, had a foul curse resistance that would eliminate all beneficial or unbeneficial mystical powers, he couldn't use the teleportation magic circle at all. The reason why Noah could use the teleportation magic circle to jump to the duel ground during his last duel with Rissel was that the magic circle's nature was different. Unlike ordinary teleportation magic circles to other dimensions and spaces only opened a passage through the dimensional barrier for people to pass through. It functioned like a door. As long as Noah did not touch the door itself when he passed through the door, he could reach other dimensions and spaces. However, teleportation magic circles used in the same dimension and space were not the same. It was completely a function of the spell. Therefore, with Noah's physique, it was not a problem to use a teleportation magic circle to jump to other dimensions and spaces, but it was not possible to use a teleportation magic circle in the same dimension and space. With no other choice, Athashel could only bring Noah to the destination personally. Whoosh! The strong mountain wind carried a thick cloud of sand and dust, blowing at the top of the towering mountain peak. Under Athashel's lead, Noah, who came to the mountain, saw two people. One was Sazax, who did not look like a big brother next door like before. He was dressed in grand and gorgeous clothes, fully displaying the majesty of a demon king in front of Noah for the first time. The other was a man who was dressed as grand as Sazax, but looked a little coquettish. Seeing the coquettish man, Noah's gaze suddenly froze. For no other reason. It was because the man's aura was not weaker than Sazax. In other words, he was also a top powerhouse who had the ability to rank in the top 10 in this world. In the demon world, there were actually two powerhouses who could rank in the top 10 of this world. Let me introduce them to you. Beside him, Asashel said to Noah. The one standing beside Sazax is the man who developed the evil peace and brought hope to the reproduction of demons. He's one of the 4 demon kings Achuka Beelzebub. The coquettish demon king named Aquika smiled at Noah with great interest. I'm Aquika. Hello, the man who has the titles of God Slayer and Red Dragon Emperor. Demon King Beelzebub, I've heard a lot about you. Noah nodded. Then his gaze swept back and forth between Sazax and Aquika, who were standing side by side. Can you explain what the current situation is? Why was the other demon king here? Moreover, a demon king whose aura was not weaker than Sazax appeared here. To be honest, Noah was both surprised and puzzled. However, this time, Athashel did not explain to Noah. Instead, he quietly retreated, leaving the field to Noah, Sazax, and Aquika. Your Excellency Noah, as the God Slayer and Red Dragon Emperor, your strength is undoubtedly above the gods and demon kings, but you issued a challenge to me. I'm sure you've noticed, right? Sazax looked straight at Noah, his expression unprecedentedly calm. My strength is not what a demon king should have. Hearing this, Noah did not beat around the bush and nodded directly. At first, I thought all demon kings were as strong as you, but after coming into contact with all kinds of existences, I realized that ordinary gods and demon kings can't reach your strength at all. Your strength is probably far above the old 4 demon kings, right? You really did find it. No wonder you're the combination of the never-before-seen God Slayer and the strongest Red Dragon Emperor. Sazax smiled, but there was a hint of sadness in his smile. Those who know of my existence, know, those who know of our existence call us surpassers. Us? Noah's gaze turned to Aquika, who was standing next to Sazax. That's right. Like Sazax, I'm one of the 2 surpassers in the current demonic forces. Aquika shrugged. And just like the literal expression, Sazax and I, who have this title, are existences that surpass all demons. Existences that surpass all demons? In other words, the 2 men in front of him were the strongest demons? No, that's not it. As if he saw through Noah's thoughts, Sazax shook his head. The so-called existence that surpasses all demons is referring to our identity, Roland said. Identity? Noah was puzzled all of a sudden. What does that mean? Isn't there a so-called mutant in the human world? Aquika sighed. Sazax and I are such existences. We can be said to be mutants among demons. It's hard to say whether we are demons or not, but we have the power that ordinary demons and even demon kings can't have. This is the so-called surpassers. Hearing this, even Noah couldn't help but fall silent. Mutants among demons? You don't even know whether you are a demon or not. No wonder Sazax had such an expression on his face. Of course, thanks to this, we also have the power that far surpasses the demon king level and have become the current demon king, bringing stability to the demonic world. From this point of view, this is a good thing. The smile on Sazax's face returned to its usual cheerfulness. But even so, I dare not say that I can beat you. That's why Sazax brought me here. Aquika glanced at Noah. To be honest, I'm also very curious about the power of the so-called deicide. And you seem to be planning to use the battle with Sazax to explore new ways to use your power in actual combat. My curiosity has been completely aroused. can you let me join in? Noah was stunned for a moment and stood up in surprise. In other words, yes. Sazak's eyes flashed with an unusually bright light. This time, your opponent isn't just me, but the two surpassers in the current demonic forces. Sazak's alone probably can't bring you any pressure to improve, but with me, it's a different story. Aquica smiled, and her smile was very excited. The two of us have put aside the next month's work and applied for a month's leave to accompany you. So, don't let us down. As soon as he finished speaking, both Sazak and Aquica had an unusually terrifying magic power rising from their bodies. Hum. The surrounding atmosphere had completely trembled under the stirring of that terrifying magic power. Rumble. The ground shook slightly, and the entire mountain let out a wailing sound. The air waves formed by pure magic power pushed back the oncoming mountain wind, blowing across every inch of the land and hitting Noah unceremoniously. His clothes fluttered in the wind. Feeling the unusually strong pressure from Sazak and Aquica, Noah's heartbeat began to accelerate. It wasn't because of nervousness, but because his blood was boiling. Noah, Sazak, Aquica, and Asashel were at the highest mountain in the entire Gemengli territory. Its height was high enough to reach above the clouds, and the peak couldn't be seen. And on that day, according to the description of the residents in the Gemengli territory, the situation was like this amidst an earth-shaking loud noise and earthquake. The mountain disappeared without a trace on that very day. Chapter 664. Boom. In the vast alternate space, a terrifying storm that seemed to have materialized carried the impact of a meteorite hitting the earth, sweeping in all directions. Pa 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 pa. After a slight tremor, the surrounding space simply made a shattering sound as if it could not bear the burden. The whole place shook as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. And in the center of the impact storm, three figures were standing facing each other. Their bodies were surging with extremely terrifying magic fluctuations, causing the ground under their feet to crack like a spider web, gradually spreading in all directions. Before the impact storm dissipated, one of the three figures suddenly went limp and knelt on the ground with one knee. His face was incomparably pale, and he was constantly gasping for breath. Although the other two figures did not show a state of great consumption like the former, their posture was also battered and exhausted. They were slightly panting, and their eyes were fluctuating with exhaustion. There was also a trace of weakness on their faces. Obviously, they were also exhausted. Hiding at the side and witnessing how terrifying the battle between the three men was, Asashel smiled bitterly. He came out of the defensive boundary that he personally set up and clapped his hands. Let's stop here. Take a break for a while. Hearing this sentence, the three people in the confrontation almost simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. Kneeling on the ground with one knee, Noah's face was pale and he was panting violently. He felt that the originally vast and boundless magic in his body had entered a state of overdraft. At the same time, he experienced the sound of his body being unable to bear the burden and the sharp pain in his head. He laughed bitterly. Sure enough, the consumption and burden of using two avatars at the same time is really too terrifying. If I only used one avatar to fight like usual, then I probably wouldn't be in such a sorry state, right? Saying so, Noah closed his eyes. Noble and smart, elegant and beautiful, I praise your life, and here you are integrated with nature. The spirit of speech representing the elf avatar gently sounded from Noah's mouth. Wang. A burst of starlight appeared on Noah's body, like small fireflies flying around Noah's body. It was quite beautiful. Under such circumstances, Noah's body that was creaking due to the enormous burden slowly calmed down. The sharp pain in his head also lessened little by little. Even the overdraft of magic in his body was recovering at an extremely fast speed. During this period of time, Noah always needed to rely on the power of the elf to recover after every battle. Otherwise, not to mention frequent actual combat training, just waiting for his body to recover would consume a lot of time. Compared to Noah, who had to try to use two avatars in battle, Sazak's and Achuka's consumption was not as intense as Noah's, but fighting with Noah, who used two avatars at the same time, was almost too much for them to bear, and they needed to rest from time to time. Fortunately, strictly speaking, Sazax and Achuka did not belong to the category of demons. In addition, Noah constantly tried to use two avatars in battle, and entered a state of intense consumption before the battle even started. Sazax and Achuka were not affected, and they barely managed to cope. How long has it been since I tried to fight with this level of power? Sazax sat directly on the ground and kept sighing. It seems like I've been in a state where I have to go all out during this period of time, right? If I don't go all out, I can't deal with the power called authority at all. Achuka leaned against a huge rock and panted, but there was an unusual expression in her eyes. I heard that it's a power that has been usurped from God, right? Can the power of God be usurped? This is so interesting. It's worth studying. Don't get too excited. Ashiel smiled bitterly. Don't forget that the three of you, who have obtained the highest standards in the world, fought with all your strength. On the first day, you destroyed an entire mountain. That's why we need to move to another space. Otherwise, the entire underworld would be in chaos because of you. But should I say that you're really surpassers? Noah, who was using Elf to recover, opened his eyes and smiled at Sazax and Achuka. Legend has it that Sazax Lucifer has the power of destruction that can destroy everything, while Achuka Beelzebub has the ultimate skill of manipulating all phenomena with spells and equations. I've more or less heard about the great deeds of the two demon kings from others, but I only know that they're even more terrifying than the rumors when I actually face them. Although Sazax was born in the Gimli family, his mother was a member of the famous Baal family. On the other hand, the Baal family's bloodline had the trait of destruction, which was perfectly inherited by Sazax and Laias, allowing them to use destructive magic to attack. That kind of magic was something that even gods and demon kings could not ignore. Therefore, even if the Godslayer had a foul resistance to curses, his body would probably be destroyed directly if he took a hit. As for Achuka, that was entirely a personal problem. I feel that everything that happens in this world definitely has some sort of law to it. That's why things like tactics and equations that can lead to answers exist, Achuka directly stated her thoughts. I've been fond of calculation since I was a child, and naturally, my magic has been specialized in this direction. Therefore, even if it's someone else's attack, I can take advantage of it, seize it and dominate it, and then add changes to it to increase its speed and power. Interesting, isn't it? In fact, during the battle, Noah's authority was either directly nullified by Sazax's destructive magic, or controlled by Achuka's spells and equations, and then viciously counterattacked. It was precisely because the two demon kings had such strength that they were able to withstand Noah's attack after using two incarnations, right? Sure enough, asking Achuka to come along was the right decision. Sazax smiled. If I were alone, I would never be able to withstand Noah's power. That power called authority is already so powerful with just one clone. If it wasn't for the huge burden and the exhaustion of using two clones at the same time, I definitely wouldn't have been able to withstand it. I also think that this power is very interesting, Achuka said excitedly. The power called storm can even control the sky to a certain extent. The power called white horse can summon the sun. The power called priest can control just like me. The power called Phoenix can enter the God speed world without any hindrance from the outside world. This is without a doubt a miracle. I don't know, if I study it clearly, can this power be used by people like magic? Achuka fell into deep thought as she said that. This demon king who developed the evil piece was an out-and-out researcher and inventor, and his favorite thing was to conduct all kinds of research and inventions. However, to study the power of authority, and even develop a way to use this power like magic, to be honest, no one thought that it would succeed. After all, this power was originally usurped from God. How could the method of using this power be developed out of thin air? Of course, with Achuka's wisdom, perhaps one day, he might be able to develop Pandora's great curse, so that ordinary humans could usurp the power of God after slaying God and create God slayers. That was not to say for sure. So, how are the results on your side? Asashel looked at Noah. The power of two clones, it seems that you can use it now. As you can see, I can use it, but the consumption and burden are unimaginable, Noah replied as he recovered his body. However, the more I fight, the more my body adapts, and the more proficient the control of the power will be. If this continues, it should work. That's really scary. Asashel shrugged. I'm looking forward to how strong you can become by then. Noah smiled indifferently and followed up with a question. By the way, how's the special training for Lyath and the others going? Hearing this, Asashel's face suddenly darkened and changed the topic. What kind of person do you think Junai is? Chapter 665. What kind of person do you think Junai is? Asasher's sudden question made Noah raise his eyebrows directly. Sazax glanced at Asashel meaningfully, smiled, and closed his eyes. He looked like he was resting and didn't want anyone to disturb him. On the side, Achuka also leaned on the rock and fell into her own world. In an instant, only Noah and Asashers were left in the entire alternate space, and the atmosphere around them was enough for them to have a conversation. So, Noah asked directly. Why do you ask this question? Well. Asashers scratched his cheek and sighed. Because I have the responsibility to take care of her on behalf of my partner. Noah did not speak. He just looked at Asashers and began to ponder in his heart. Having said that, Junai seemed to dislike Asachel. Asachel had said the same thing to Junai before the special training began. Accept the blood in his body? Noah frowned. Asashers, what's your relationship with Junai? If you want to talk about relationship, there is indeed a little. Asashers closed his eyes and after thinking for a while, he looked up. There's nothing to hide. Junai's father is a companion who has been working with me since the beginning. Companion? Noah was stunned and immediately thought of a possibility. Could it be, Baichio? Asashers said. You should have heard of this name, right? Noah had indeed heard of this name. It was a cadre of the fallen angels, a high-level fallen angel with 5 pairs of 10 wings. His level was the same as Korkabor, but his strength was comparable to Asashers. He could control thunder and lightning, combine it with the power of light, and launch a lightning attack. He could be ranked in the top 3 in the entire fallen angel camp, a powerhouse stronger than Varley. Baichio is Junai's father. When Noah recalled the information about this fallen angel cadre, Asashers said this coldly. In other words, Zhu is a hybrid between a fallen angel and a human. After reincarnating as a demon, not only can she use the power of a demon, she can also use the power of a fallen angel. This news left Noah speechless. Is Vermilion a hybrid between a fallen angel and a human? Or the daughter of Baichio? To be able to use the power of a demon and a fallen angel at the same time? However, Noah had never seen it before. It's normal that you don't know. Junai has never used the power of the fallen angel. In fact, he hates this power, Asashel said with a complicated expression. Junai and Xiao Mao's situation is somewhat similar. Both of them have sealed their other powers within their bodies and have never used them. After Asashel's reminder, Noah also remembered. When he was in Kitten's room, Junai did say that she was like Kitten. She hated the blood and power in her body. Before the special training began, Asashel had told Junai that she had to accept the blood in her body. Was he referring to the blood and power of the fallen angel? But why? Noah asked in confusion. Why does Junai have to seal her power like Kitten? Is it because that power will also cause her to go berserk? That's not it. Asashel shook his head. Junai hates the blood and power of the fallen angel flowing in her body. It's entirely my fault. Junai's mother was called Ji Dao Zhuli. Once, Baichio was seriously injured and met Ji Dao Zhuli by chance. Under Ji Dao Zhuli's meticulous care, they gradually developed feelings for each other. The two fell in love and lived together. The daughter they gave birth to was Ji Dao Junai. However, one day, because of some matters that needed to be dealt with, Baichio left his wife and daughter and returned to the fallen angel camp. However, This also gave Baichio's enemies an opportunity to attack Baichio's wife and daughter. In order to protect Zhu Nai, Ji Dao Zhu sacrificed herself. Zhu Nai always thought that if Baichio did not leave at that time, her mother would not have died. Since then, she has hated Baichio and the fallen angel bloodline in her body. Asashal's tone was full of complexity. In fact, that day, I insisted that Baichio come back to deal with some matters. Therefore, it is entirely my fault that his wife died and his daughter hated him so much. Noah really did not know what to say about such a secret. Because of this, Zhu Nai had never accepted the blood in her body and had always sealed the power of the fallen angel, right? Because of me, one of my companion's wife and daughter died directly, and the other has always hated him. Even I don't know what to do. Asashal rubbed his eyebrows. If possible, I truly wish that I could do something. However, that Baichio actually silently bore his daughter's hatred. He never bothered to explain himself, nor did he allow me to interfere. As a result, this matter has been dragging on for so long. I feel very uncomfortable in my heart. And then? Noah nodded. Are you planning to use this special training to let Zhu Nai begin to accept the blood in her body? Zhu Li will die. Zhu Nai is not wrong, and Baichio is not wrong either. I am the only one at fault, Asashal said. Zhu Nai herself must have understood that her father was not wrong at all, but she was never willing to admit it. Therefore, I want to slowly let her accept me. I have to start with the power of the fallen angel in her body. I even arranged for Baichio to guide her cultivation, but it seems to have no effect. At this point, Asashal patted his face. Zhu Nai's situation is somewhat similar to Kitten's. You are thinking of a way to let Kitten accept you, right? Why don't you think of a way to manage Zhu Nai's matter? After all, she is your fiancé's family, right? Aren't you thinking too highly of me? Noah sighed. If it was so easy to solve, then Kitten would not have fallen into a coma now, and Ji Shima would not have lived with this hatred for so many years. Regardless, you are usually in contact with Lias's family. If you have the chance, help me take care of Zhu Nai. Asashal patted Noah's shoulder and immediately said to Sarzax, who was silent beside him. By the way, your sister's family is also a group of interesting people. Not only is there the daughter of the fallen angel cadre, but there is also the last descendant of the strongest combat race of the Nikomata race, the Felinas. There are also the sword saint of 2 churches. It's really a gathering of all kinds of people. Even I am a little surprised. Sarzax suddenly smiled. Especially that girl named Genova. It is said that she seems to be a natural wielder of the holy sword, and she has a real holy sword on her, right? A real holy sword? Noah's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the trump card that Genova has been hiding is actually the holy sword? That's right. Asashal nodded. It's not a part of some messy holy sword, but another complete holy sword that is completely on par with the Sword of Kings. A complete holy sword. That was the trump card that Genova had been hiding. This piqued Noah's interest. What kind of holy sword is it? You want to know? Go back and ask Genova yourself after the special training. Asashal stood up. You guys have almost recovered, right? Hearing this, Noah realized that he had almost recovered. His body was full of strength again, his head no longer hurt, and even his magic power had recovered by more than half. He could continue fighting. On the other side, Sarzax and Achuka opened their eyes at the same time and nodded. We can continue at any time. Good. Asashal said loudly. Then let's continue. After saying that, Asashal slipped away and ran directly into the enchantment that he had set up not far away. He looked like he had nothing to do with it and did not want to be implicated. Seeing this, Noah, Sarzax, and Achuka were all speechless. For the time being, Asashal was also the governor of the fallen angels, and a strong man who was on par with the gods and demon kings. Under such circumstances, he still had such a performance when facing Noah, Sarzax, and Achuka. It was conceivable that the battle of these three men who were out of the norm was against the rules. There are nearly 25 days until the end of the month. Noah clenched his fist and felt the power flowing in his body. He immersed his mind in the stone plate with the pattern of the 10 incarnations on the outline, and the corners of his mouth gradually rose. At least I have to control the power of using 2 incarnations at the same time. Chapter 666. A month later, in the corner of that alternate space, Asashel, who was in the barrier, stared at the scene before him, falling into an uncontrollable shock. Right in front of Asashel, a scene that could only be described as unbearable to look at was presented before him. Dong! This was the sound of a mountain being cut in half and crashing to the ground. Pa! This was the sound of rolling rocks falling into the crevices that were spreading out from the ground. Wang! This was the sound of the surrounding atmosphere constantly stirring together, so chaotic that it could be seen with the naked eye. Kacha! This was the sound of space breaking apart like glass, exposing a pitch-black void to the air. Amidst the various sounds and visions, Sazix and Achuka were standing back to back in a bottomless pit. Their clothes were tattered, and they were panting heavily. They couldn't even utter a single word as their bodies trembled in exhaustion. Against the backdrop of such scenes, Noah straightened his back and stood straight in the middle of the bottomless pit, panting slightly. Looking at Sazix and Achuka, who had their backs against each other and could no longer fight, Noah raised his hand and stared at his palm. After a while, he held them tightly. Finally, Asashel finally reacted, and hurriedly leaped up. 12 black wings appeared on his back, and with a slight flap, he flew into the bottomless pit and came to Sazix and Achuka's side. Hey, are you two okay? Sazix and Achuka shook their heads at the same time, but they were still panting heavily. After a while, they raised their heads, looked at each other, and laughed bitterly. I didn't expect. Sazix's eyes flickered as if he was recalling something. I didn't expect him to be so strong, Sazix, Achuka said with a sigh. We can't. Even if we join forces, we can't be his match anymore. That's just the power of 2 avatars, isn't it? Sazix shuddered. If he could use the power of all 10 incarnations at the same time, what would he become? Achuka's breath caught and she couldn't say a word. What will it become? Asashel shifted his gaze to Noah, who was standing there with his back straight. A forced smile appeared on his face. Then I estimate that even if we add in the person with unlimited power, all the top experts of the top 10 forces combined wouldn't be able to last more than 3 minutes against him, right? While saying that, Sazix, Achuka, and Asashel couldn't help but recall the full strength that Noah had just displayed. All of them fell silent. Unlike Sazix, Achuka, and Asashel, Noah had an excited and satisfied smile on his face. A month's time might seem short, but Noah had fought nearly 1,000 battles with 2 experts of the same rank. With 2 experts of the same rank as him as a sparring partner, and him constantly going back and forth between intense consumption and rapid recovery due to using 2 avatars at the same time, Noah finally achieved satisfactory results on the last day due to the nature of the God Slayer that allowed him to become stronger through battle. However, this was only the beginning. A month's time was more or less limited. But I've already taken the first step successfully. The next step is to continue walking down this path. Noah's eyes were unprecedentedly bright. After stretching, he waved at Sazix, Achuka, and Asashel. All right, we should go back. Sazix, Achuka, and Asashel looked at each other, and finally laughed in unison. He's so carefree, and here I thought his first words would be thanks or something. Well, isn't that good? To have such a powerful fellow not treat us as outsiders. With that, Sazix and Achuka stood up with Asashel's help. Soon, a magical teleportation circle flashed in this alternate space, and the presence of living beings completely disappeared from this space. Only a broken alternate space was left, and it was slowly crumbling here, the courtyard of the Jumanli family's residence. In front of the fountain, a group of Jumanli's kin had gathered together again. Riaz walked out of the door, and was immediately greeted by her kin. Minister! You're all back. Riaz looked around at her kin and smiled proudly. Everyone's mana has increased by a lot. As expected of my kin. Indeed. Whether it was Zhu Nai, Aisha, Genova, Irina, Laibel, or Kiba Yuto, all of their auras had increased by a huge margin. Hee. Irina made a victory gesture. Aisha and I have developed the power of the 4 pawns together. Our power has increased by a lot. Yes. Aisha nodded. My healing ability has increased by a lot as well. The healing time has decreased. It was not just Aisha and Irina. The rest of them had improved as well. Especially Genova, who was holding a blue and white greatsword with a wide bottom and a sharp top. Everyone present could feel an extremely strong holy power from the sword, and even the demons felt a prickling sensation on their skin. That's a holy sword, right? Laibel asked curiously. It doesn't seem to be the same as your holy sword of destruction and Irina's holy sword of mimicry. Of course it's different, Irina exclaimed. Those 2 holy swords were forged using the fragments of the king's sword. But Genova's sword is a complete holy sword, it's not something a broken holy sword can compare to. A complete holy sword. Everyone looked at the holy sword in Genova's hand. So that's Genova's hidden trump card. Liaz smiled. That's Dilindar. You should have heard of it before. As soon as she said that, a voice entered everyone's ears. So that's how it is. So the holy sword that Genova wields is Dilindar. As the voice echoed, a teleportation circle appeared in front of the fountain, and 4 figures appeared in front of everyone's eyes. However, when Liaz and the rest saw this scene, all of the Zamanli's kin, including Liaz, were shocked. This was because, apart from Asashel, Noah, Sazax, and Achuka were all in tatters. They were in a sorry state. Sensei. Brother. And His Highness Beelzebub? Liaz asked, stunned. How did you all become like this? Hearing this, Sazax and Achuka could not help but smile bitterly, while Asashel was gloating on the side. Even Noah was a little unnatural. After all, it was Noah who had turned Sazax and Achuka into this, wasn't it? Let's not talk about this for now, Liaz, Sazax said to Liaz. Achuka is going back, but we can't let a demon king go back in this state. So, I'll go arrange for Achuka to rest first. I understand. Liaz nodded subconsciously. There's a gathering of the new generation of demons today, right? Achuka said to Liaz's kin. Prepare yourselves well. When the time comes, the 4 demon kings and many nobles will be there. Yes. The Zamanli's kin quickly answered. Then, Sazax and Achuka left the scene together and entered the Zamanli's home. Liaz. Noah came to Liaz and asked. How's the kitten? The smile on Liaz's face slowly disappeared as she shook her head. No, there's still no sign of waking up. Is that so? Noah was silent for a moment before nodding. Then I'll go see the kitten first. With that, Noah walked straight into the Zamanli's home. It was only then that Liaz and the others reacted. Laibel was the first to ask. How's Sensei Noah's special training? Ace's face immediately filled with distress. What should I say? Chapter 667. Phew. Phew. Amidst the rhythmic breathing, the kitten curled up its petite body and lay on the bed. Its pair of cat ears would shake a few times from time to time, and its tail would subconsciously sway from time to time. It was especially cute. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Noah stared at Kitten's sleeping face and did not speak for a long time. 1 month, it was not a long time, but it was also quite short. It passed in an instant. However, it was also relatively short. For someone like Noah who used a month's time to improve his strength and undergo strict special training, a month passed in the blink of an eye. However, for the kitten who had been lying on the bed for a long time without waking up, sleeping for a whole month was too long no matter how one looked at it. Basically, Noah came here every day and saw Kitten's sleeping posture. Even during special training, Noah would still take about 30 minutes of his time to come here every day to see Kitten. Although no one could get tired of the cute sleeping posture of the kitten, looking at the kitten lying there without any sign of waking up, anyone would feel more or less sad. Sigh. Noah could not help but sigh. It's time for you to wake up. The kitten I know isn't the kind of person who would run away for so long. If you're really that sad, then just wave your iron fist like in the past and send them all flying. Isn't that enough? You're a rook, aren't you? In terms of value, a rook was equivalent to 5 pawns. The evil piece, on the other hand, would evaluate the value of the target's ability, potential, talent, and other aspects. That was to say, in terms of value, Kitten's ability, potential, and talent were even above Isha, Genova, Irina, Laybell, and Kiba Yuto. In the past, Noah never understood why Kitten's potential was so high, but now it seemed that it was because Kitten was the strongest of the Nikomata clan. Blindly denying yourself will only make it more painful. Just like in the past, this sentence did not receive any reply. The kitten was still sleeping so soundly, giving people the feeling that it had just fallen asleep. It didn't have the slightest sense of weakness that one would expect after lying on the bed for more than a month. Knowing that it was useless to say more, Noah could only shake his head and leave this sentence. I hope you can recognize what you should be doing soon, and not lie in bed and avoid everything like you are doing now. After that, Noah stood up and quietly walked out of the room, closing the door behind him. Therefore, Noah did not see it. The moment the door was closed, the corner of the sleeping cat's eyes showed traces of tears. Teacher. After walking out of Kitten's room, Noah immediately heard a familiar voice calling out to him. Turning his head, Noah looked in the direction of the voice. There, Zhang Na and Zhuang Ji, dressed in Chariot King Academy's uniform, were slowly walking towards him. Noah was more or less surprised. Why are you two here? Upon hearing that, Zhang Na smiled. There's a gathering of the new generation of demons today, and the 4 great demon kings will also be there. So, I plan to go with Leah to the venue and work together. With that, Zhang Na lowered his head and bowed to Noah. Speaking of which, I haven't thanked you yet, teacher. It's all thanks to you that time with Korkabor. Zhang Na should be referring to the incident where Korkabor abducted him, right? At that time, the one who saved Zhang Na from Korkabor's clutches was Noah. Although Noah did not mention it, Zhang Na must have heard about it from the others. It had been almost 2 months since the incident with Korkabor, and it was too late to thank Noah now. Of course, Noah did not take it to heart. No matter what, I'm still a teacher. Noah shook his head. There's no way a teacher would leave a student in the lurch, right? You're still so gentle, teacher. Undoubtedly, you're only 2 or 3 years older than us. Zhang Na could not help but laugh. But that's also why you're so popular in the school. I've learned a thing or two about that today. Just as Noah and Zhang Na were chatting happily, a sweet voice came from not far away. Kangna-chan. When the voice reached Noah, Zhang Na, and Zhuang Ji's ears, Noah and Zhuang Ji aside, Zhang Na's face was completely frozen. As Zhang Na's expression stiffened, a figure ran over from the corner of the corridor and hugged Zhang Na. Long time no see, Kangna-chan. The one who said this and hugged Zhang Na tightly was a young girl who looked about the same age as Zhang Na. The young girl had beautiful long black hair that was not inferior to Zhu Nai's. However, her waist-length black hair was tied into 2 ponytails that were full of vitality. Coupled with her sweet and lively voice, she was simply like a cheerful young girl in her prime. In fact, even if she was a young lady, she was still a young lady of a relatively high level. The young lady had a very delicate and sweet face, and her whole body exuded a sense of vitality. She was like a playful and cute little girl, and one could not help but feel close to her. However, Noah felt an extremely obscure magical wave from this beautiful young lady who was full of intimacy. Even if the magical wave was not as strong as Sazak's or Achuka's, it was still extremely strong and was not inferior to Asashal's. Such a strong magical wave, and such a close relationship with Zhang Na. Noah thought of someone. At the same time, Sang-na, who was hugged by the beautiful young lady, also cried out in a somewhat pathetic manner. Sister. Why are you here? Yes. Sister. The beautiful young lady in front of him was Sang-na's sister. One of the current 4 demon kings, the only female demon king with the name of Leviathan Seraphil Leviathan. That's too much, Kangna-chan. While Noah was looking at Seraphil with some surprise, the current demon king, Her Highness Leviathan, was like a little girl who was throwing a tantrum, puffing up her cheeks in dissatisfaction. Undoubtedly, you came to the underworld, but you didn't come to see me first. I'm so sad that I'm about to cry. Seeing that Seraphil was about to pretend to cry, the corners of Noah's mouth twitched fiercely. Is this girl really a demon king? She's even more frivolous than Sazax, the big brother of the family. She doesn't have the dignity of a demon king at all. A demon king is actually acting cute like this? Is there really no problem? Sang-na obviously had the same thoughts as Noah, and her face was unprecedentedly red. That was because of shame and humiliation. Sister, you're a demon king. Please pay attention to your words and actions. This is very embarrassing. What? Seraphil's cheeks puffed up more and more, and even the corners of her eyes were filled with tears. Little Tsang, who always said, I love Big Sister the most, when I was a child, has finally started to dislike Big Sister. Noah almost spat out. Love Big Sister the most? That cold student council president was like this when he was a child. Big Sister. Sang-na's face was already so red from embarrassment that it couldn't get any redder. Even her voice was raised. My teacher is still here. Please don't make me lose face again, okay? Teacher. Seraphil was startled, and then she seemed to have discovered Noah. She looked at Noah, and then her eyes lit up. Could it be that you're the little brother of the Red Dragon Emperor, the God-slayer that little Sazax and little Achuka can't forget? What do you mean they can't forget? Noah resisted the urge to ridicule and laugh dryly. Hello, Miss Leviathan. However, Seraphil didn't care about Noah's somewhat unfamiliar greeting at all. She directly grabbed Noah's hand and shook it vigorously. My Sang-na-chan is really in your care. When Sang-na-chan was about to be defiled by the hateful fallen angel cadre, you appeared handsomely and saved Sang-na-chan at once. When I first heard the news, I was super moved. It was like a prince and a princess. Noah was speechless. Chapter 668. Look at this. In the reception hall of the Gemengli family, Seraphil was holding a photo only 5 centimeters away from Noah's face and exclaiming excitedly. This is a photo of Kangna-chan when she was 12 years old. She started to put on a straight face since then, but because she was very young, she looked very cute. Very cute, right? Right? Being entertained by the Demon King with such a warm attitude, Noah could only stiffen his face and endure Seraphil's excited expression as she held the photo and expressed her overly heavy love for her sister. The corners of his eyes kept twitching. Taking a closer look, there were photos on the ground around the excited Seraphil. Those photos were all of Kangna-chan. It should be said that those photos were all photos of Kangna-chan's growth process. There were photos of her when she was just 1 year old. There were photos taken with Seraph, and photos of him following Seraph around like a shadow. There were photos of her carrying a school bag and seemingly preparing to go to school. There were also photos of her studying at FOA Academy when she had just entered the human world. At that time, she started to become cold and pretentious. All of these photos were of Kangna-chan. Noah did not know why Seraphil carried a lot of photos of Kangna-chan with her, and all of them from childhood to adulthood. However, Noah's intuition told him that if he took this seriously, he would lose. It's really great that the human world has photography technology. Although demons can also use magic power to record images, they are not as easy to collect as photos in the human world. So, ever since I learned about the photography technology, I've been very happy. To be able to record Kangna-chan's growth in this form, the humans who invented photography are really great. Seraphil did not seem to realize that there was anything wrong with her behavior at all and was still venting her enthusiasm for Noah. Noah was almost unable to bear it. On the side, Kangna-chan's face was already distorted. She looked like she wanted to find a hole to bury her head in before completely fainting and erasing this memory. To be honest, this was the first time Noah had seen Kangna-chan like this. Therefore, Noah was also very happy. Just as Kana was about to burst into tears, Sazax appeared. Oh. He seemed to be quite happy. Did anything good happen? Yo, little Sazax, Seraphil greeted Sazax with a photo in her hand. I'm showing little Noah pictures of my tsang Na when she was young, little Noah. This form of address reminded Noah of Gaia and Pandora, the two girls who claimed to be his mother. Come to think of it, Seraphil's energetic appearance was quite similar to Gaia and Pandora. Childhood photos. Sazax was slightly taken aback, but he soon understood. So that's how it is. Do you want to take a look at my Lias's childhood photos? While saying that, Sazax took out a few photos from his pocket. A cursory glance showed that almost all of the photos were of Lias when she was young. Why did the two demon kings carry around pictures of their younger sisters? Noah felt that he could not keep up with the pace in front of him. Lias. Kana, on the other hand, was moved to tears as if she had found a home. So you're like me, enduring this hellish humiliation all the time. As expected of my childhood sweetheart, she really found a home in a strange place. Noah suppressed the churning in his heart and spoke directly. The gathering of the new generation of demons seems to be starting soon. Sazax, Seraphil, don't you need to leave first? Well, little Noah, you're being too formal. Seraphil made a V gesture. Just call me Lil, Levi. Noah automatically ignored Seraphil's words and looked at Sazax. I'm about to head to the venue. Sazax smiled. But Noah, do you want to come along? Me? Noah was stunned. Although it's a gathering of the new generation of demons, the purpose of the gathering is to encourage the new generation of demons who are about to make their debut, including their kin, Sazax said. Although there are also creatures of other races among the demons' kin, in terms of numbers, humans have the advantage because of their strong reproductive ability. If you, the God Slayer, appear as a human, it will greatly increase the confidence of those who were reincarnated from humans to demons. Is that so? Noah mused for a moment before nodding. Very well. I've received a lot of care from you over the past month. I'll go. Thank you very much. Sazax smiled brightly, but stuffed the photos in his hand into Noah's arms in the next second. By the way, these are for you. Go back and admire Lias's adorable look when she was young. My Kana too. Seraphil stuffed the photos that covered the entire floor to Noah. Zoom in and stick them in your room. You'll have good dreams at night, that's personal experience, isn't it? Noah could only smile. As for Kana, she was already crying. Rating game. It was a mainstream game that used chess as a template to determine the status of demons. After the war between demons, angels, and fallen angels, many of the pure-blood families of the 72 pillars on the demon side had been cut off. In order to increase the combat power of demons, the current Beelzebub, who was also a Chukka, developed the evil piece to carry out demon reincarnation. The so-called rating game was built on this foundation. The only ones who could have the evil piece, regard themselves as the king, and obtain kin by giving the piece to others were the superior demons and the superior demons. The ranking game was a battle between the superior demons and the superior demons who led their own kin to battle each other. In this kind of competition, the organizers would set up many rules and restrictions. How to use these rules, restrictions, and the flexible use of the terrain would affect the evaluation of the demons participating in the game. Then, according to their performance in the competition, if they received a high evaluation, their status as a demon would rise. Some could even get a title and be promoted to nobles, joining the ranks of the superior demons and even the superior demons. Their influence would be enough to expand to the entire demon world. Because of this, the rating game had become the mainstream of the entire demon world. Even if they were the descendants of pure-blooded demon nobles, if many newborn demons could display their skills in the rating game and obtain high ratings, their status would become higher and higher. Therefore, to demons, the rating game played an important role. If they wanted to stand out, they had to rely on it. As long as they had the ability, even if they were low-level demons from ordinary backgrounds, they would eventually stand out and join the ranks of the upper class. Now, almost every superior demon from a noble family would participate in the rating game to increase their status and influence. However, those who could participate in the official rating game were only those adult demons. As the next heads of the Jumanli family and the Seedi family, Lias and Kanna were now about to reach adulthood and were qualified to participate in the rating game. Therefore, the new generation of demons who were close to Lias and Kanna's age would gather at this time when they were about to make their debut. They would gather with the superior demons who were also from noble families and had great backgrounds to greet the higher-ups of the demons and increase their competitiveness. For this reason, the 4 demon kings would even be present in person to encourage the superior demons from noble families. With Sazax and Seraphil as his companions, Noah came to a luxurious building in the demon king's territory. Under Sazax and Seraphil's lead, Noah entered through the back door of the building and came directly to a luxurious room. In this room, 2 people had already arrived ahead of time. One was a flirtatious man. The other was a lazy-looking man. The former was Achuka. As for the latter, Noah had already guessed her identity. Chapter 669. Oh. You're already here. Achuka, who was talking to the lazy-looking man, turned around and smiled when she saw Noah. I knew Sazax would definitely invite you here. It seemed that Achuka also knew why Sazax had invited Noah here. Or rather, if even Achuka couldn't guess Sazax's intentions, then basically no one would be able to guess Sazax's intentions. It wasn't because Achuka was a surpasser like Sazax. It was because Sazax and Achuka had always been competitors before he became a demon king. According to Achuka, Sazax was the main reason why he became Demon King Beelzebub. Since Sazax became a demon king, Achuka also became a demon king. This was the relationship between the two of them. It was said that Sazax and Achuka had once fought over Lucifer's position. In the end, the demon higher-ups all thought that Sazax and Achuka were on par in terms of strength, but in terms of leadership, Sazax was still better. Thus, Sazax was qualified for Lucifer's position, while Achuka turned to fight for Beelzebub's position and successfully became the second demon king. The people who understood a person the most were not their family, friends, or relatives, but their opponents. That was the relationship between Sazax and Achuka. Let me introduce you. Achuka turned sideways and let the lazy-looking man enter Noah's field of vision. He's Felubium Asmodeus. Is this enough for an introduction? Of course. Speaking of Asmodeus, who else could it be other than one of the 4 demon kings? Lucifer, Leviathan, Beelzebub, and Asmodeus. These 4 surnames were the surnames that only the 4 demon kings of the underworld could have. Sazax Lucifer. Seraph Leviathan. Achuka Beelzebub. Felubium Asmodeus. Now, the 4 demon kings were gathered in front of Noah. Hello, I'm Felubium. The last demon king greeted Noah in an extremely lazy and undomineering tone, like a nerd who had no drive at all. Although I'm the demon king, I don't want to do things that are too troublesome. Therefore, being able to witness the signing of a peace treaty between the 3 major powers has reduced my workload by quite a bit. I sincerely welcome such, God Slayer, and, Red Dragon Emperor. Noah was very calm when he heard Felubium's heartfelt words. With Sazax and Seraph as examples, Noah no longer felt that the legendary demon king was a great and majestic figure. As for Achuka, despite his serious appearance, this demon king who was passionate about inventions and research was currently in a state of idleness. Basically, except for things that could stimulate Achuka's curiosity, this demon king was in a state of refusing to work. In the past, the Demon King's work was also pushed to his subordinates and the other 3 Demon Kings. He himself only attended some meetings and occasions that the Demon King had to attend. In other words, the current 4 Demon Kings were a group of guys who did not have any majesty that a Demon King should have. Therefore, Noah felt that even if he were to ridicule Folubium here, it was simply for his own amusement. Sorry, it seems that it took a lot of time because of me. At that moment, Noah did not make any unnecessary pleasantries and directly said so. Teleportation magic arrays in the same dimension and space are ineffective on me, so Sazax, Seraph, and I could only come here by transportation. I heard that this is the special physique of the God Slayer, Achuka said excitedly. Except for the power that works on the gods, all other mystical powers are ineffective on the God Slayer. I was very surprised when I first heard about it. With that said, Achuka looked at Noah as if he wanted to dissect Noah, which made Noah's hair stand on end. That's really a convenient physique. I don't have to worry about being attacked by some small fries. If I had your physique, then I wouldn't have to be on guard against being attacked at all times. It would save me a lot of trouble. Folubium sighed. When can I live a leisurely life without a job and just eat and wait for death every day? I can't ridicule. If I ridicule, I will definitely lose. Noah desperately told himself in his heart and rubbed the space between his eyebrows. So, has the party started? It's almost started. All the higher-ups of the demons are here, and we're the only ones left. Achuka shrugged. It should be said that you came at the right time. If you enter now, you can just start. Really, you came at the right time. You don't even give us time to slack off. Isn't that too strict? We still need to pay attention to the situation of the new generation. Sazax suddenly smiled. However, it's not bad to be able to end it early. I still plan to go home and watch TV with my son. Speaking of TV, I just accepted the filming of a new movie, Seraphil blinked cutely. The title is The Glitter of Leviathan. You guys have to come when it's released. Of course, of course. Sazax, Achuka, and Folubium immediately nodded in unison. No matter how much he told himself to be calm, Noah felt that something in his heart was broken. That was his understanding of the existence of the Demon King. Oh, Demon Kings. Must they be so happy? In the vast venue, a solemn atmosphere pervaded the air. It was a venue like a ballroom. Most of the venue was a vast space filled with round tables and chairs. It looked like the scene of a grand banquet, full of atmosphere. In such a venue, there were a few people standing at the front of everyone. Among them, Laia's, Kana, and the 2 girls' families were among them. And in front of Laia's, Kana, and the 2 girls' families was a platform. The platform was filled with tables and chairs, and demons who looked to be at least 30 or 40 years old sat on it. There were men and women of all ages, and each of them had a serious and cold expression on their faces. Although they were very imposing, they gave off a feeling of inhumanity. Under such circumstances, there were 4 chairs that were clearly more than twice the size of the people around them, and were placed at the highest point. They were empty for the time being, and it was obvious at a glance that only the 4 highest-ranking people in the venue could sit on them. Then, Sazax, Seraph, Achuka, and Folubium led Noah out from behind the curtain beside the platform. Greetings, your royal highnesses. Everyone present, including those who were sitting calmly in their seats, stood up and bowed to the 4 demon kings, bowing solemnly. Unlike just now, Sazax, Seraph, Achuka, and Folubium no longer looked frivolous. They just nodded at the people around them and came to the platform. As such, Noah, who appeared with the 4 demon kings, immediately attracted everyone's attention. Putting aside Laia's, Kana, and the others, the demons' higher-ups were stunned at first, and then someone lost his composure and exclaimed. Isn't that the God Slayer? As soon as those words came out, the entire venue was silent. When he fought with Rizal in the alternate dimension, apart from the Jumanli family and the Phoenix family, many demon nobles witnessed that battle in the form of spectators. Naturally, many of the demons' higher-ups here had seen Noah's display of invincible might. Does everyone know the identity of the person beside me? Sazax turned and spoke loudly to everyone present. As the God-Slayer and the Crimson Dragon Emperor of the 2 heavenly dragons, I believe everyone has heard of His Excellency Noah. Today is a rare day for the new generation of demons to gather for their future debut, and we, the 4 demon kings, have invited His Excellency Noah to attend together. Although His Excellency Noah is not a demon, he is still our honored guest. We must treat him well, understood? Yes. The demons who reacted responded in unison. Prepare another seat. Achuka spoke at the right time. As an existence equal to gods and demon kings, there is no reason for him to be below us. With that, Noah's status instantly rose to the same level as the demon kings. Chapter 670. In less than 3 minutes, another seat of the same standard was placed next to the 4 largest and most conspicuous seats at the top of the platform, turning the 4 seats into 5. Well then, Sir Noah, please take your seat. Perhaps because they were in front of the public, Sazax used a formal speech and invited Noah to take his seat along with Seraph, Achuka, and Felubium. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Noah nodded and sat down with Sazax and the other demon kings, looking down below. Because it was such a formal occasion, no one would talk about such things. But the demons below, and even the higher-ups of the demons, had their eyes on Noah, as if they were observing Noah, the God-Slayer, and the Red Dragon Emperor. On the contrary, Leah's, Canna, and the 2 girls' families were not surprised. Leah's even gave an introduction. I am Leah's Gimli, the next head of the Gimli family. As soon as Leah's voice trailed off, Canna continued. I am Canna Seedi, the next head of the Seedi family. The one who spoke after Canna was a very strong man with a strong sense of presence. I am Seriog Bal, the next head of the Bal family of the great king. A bespectacled woman with the demeanor of an older sister also spoke. I am Seguila Agars, the next head of the Agars family of the great duke. Then, a gentle-looking young man introduced himself. I am Diodora Astalot, the next head of the Astalot family. Finally, a guy with tattoos all over his face, sloppy clothes, and ornaments all over his body said in a rough tone. He looked like a gangster. I am Jefidal Graciolapos, the next head of the Graciolapos family. 6 of the new generation of demons, all of whom were the next heads of nobles that everyone was familiar with. In particular, these 6 people's families were very special. Because the current demon king Lucifer was from the Gimli family, the current Leviathan was from the Seedi family, the current Beelzebub was from the Astalot family, and the current Asmodeus was from the Graciolapos family. That was to say, among the 6 new generations, 4 were the blood relatives of the current demon king. The remaining 2 families, Baal and Agars, were from the great king family and the great duke family. In the demon realm, the status of these 2 families could be said to be second only to the demon king. For example, if the demon king was the chairman of a company, then the great duke would be the manager. The 6 of them all had great backgrounds. Was it because of this that even the demon king attended the gathering of the new generation of demons? Pillars of the next generation, I'm very happy to see you standing here. Sazax looked around at the new generation of demons. The 6 of you are the new generation with impeccable family background and strength. I hope that you can meet each other face to face before you officially debut, to confirm your beliefs and opponents. We have placed our dreams and hopes on you young people. I hope that you can understand this, that you are the treasures of the underworld. There wasn't the slightest bit of falsehood in Sazax's words, causing many of the new generation demon kin below to blush in excitement. Clearly, to be valued by the demon king Lucifer was an honor for any demon, right? Here, I want to hear your vision, Sazax continued. Can I ask you to tell me your future goals? The new generation of demons immediately looked at each other. The first to stand up was the next head of the great king family, Baal family, the muscular man who exuded an awe-inspiring presence, Seroj. I want to be the demon king. Seroj said this sentence without beating around the bush. He was very firm, which made many of the demons' higher-ups exclaim in admiration. If the great king family produces a demon king, that would be a first in history. A demon's higher-up side. Wasn't that right? The Ball family was already in existence second only to the demon king in terms of status. A person from such a family would become the highest demon king. When that time comes, perhaps his influence would be the greatest among all the demon kings. While the higher-ups were exclaiming in admiration, Lias stepped forward and spoke with a determined face. My dream is to stand at the peak of the rating game and become the undisputed champion. Hearing Lias' words, Sazax could not help but put on a smile on his face. That was also an incredible dream. One should know that the rating game was the mainstream way to determine one's status in the demon world. The higher the ranking, the higher the status of the demon. So, what did it mean to be the champion? It meant that even a servant could obtain a status only second to the demon king. It had to be said that this was also a great and far-sighted dream. Under such circumstances, Zhang Na stepped forward and said, "Don't worry about it. I want to establish a school for the rating game in the underworld." The upper echelons, who had been in awe until now, opened their eyes wide at the same time and looked at each other in dismay. Not to mention the higher-ups, even Noah was puzzled. Establishing a school? What kind of dream was that? Wasn't the status of the seedy family something that could be achieved in minutes? One of the higher-ups asked directly. There's already a place to learn the game in the underworld, right? Hearing this, Zhang Na only replied indifferently. That's a school that can only be attended by the higher-ups and some of the demons with special privileges. I want to establish a school that educates everyone regardless of background. Even the lower-level demons and reincarnated demons can study there. A school without barriers. The entire place suddenly went silent. In the next second, ha 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 ha. The higher-ups of the demons laughed out loud in unison. Their laughter even resounded throughout the entire venue, and they spoke with a mocking tone. Is this the dream of the next head of the seedy family? You're not kidding, right? What a little girl who loves to dream. Young people will always be young. Fortunately, this kind of dream is only said here. If word gets out, I'm afraid more people will laugh at us, right? Under the ridicule of the higher-ups of the demons, Kanna was expressionless from beginning to end, as if she had already expected this situation, but there was still a trace of gloominess in her eyes. With Lias as the leader, the Zimonli and Seedy families showed a solemn expression, and some showed anger directly. Sitting next to Noah, Seraph was even more worried. There were tears in the corners of her eyes, as if she had seen her family being bullied by a villain. It was a grievance. Noah more or less understood why such a scene happened. In the world of demons, things like status were very important. Most demons placed great importance on status, and they took it for granted that there was a hierarchy between the highest, middle, lower, and even pure-blooded demons and reincarnated demons. As a result, many higher demons naturally looked down on lower demons, while pure-blooded demons also looked down on reincarnated demons, forming a class gap. For those ancient higher demons, it was only natural for them to be served by middle, lower, and even reincarnated demons, while they looked down on them. Therefore, such people were the ones who mocked Kanna's dream. We can't agree with your dream, one of the higher-ups said sarcastically. Lower demons should serve and obey higher demons. That's common sense. If lower demons can receive the same treatment as higher demons, then how can we, the higher demons, lead those lower demons? Most importantly, those people shouldn't be worth it for us to do so, right? Another higher-up was even more explicit. You want to teach lower demons of low status? You'll be laughed at. Just as Kanna's expression became more and more solemn due to the increasingly excessive remarks, Sazax shouted coldly. Shut up, all of you. There are human VIPs here. What nonsense are you all talking about? All of the higher-ups immediately shut up. Sazax lowered his head at Noah. Sorry for making a fool of myself. However, Noah laughed instead. No, I'm happy to see such a situation. Chapter 671. Happy to see it? Everyone present, including Sazax, Seraph, Achuka, and Phlebium, were stunned. Aside from the demon's leaders and the bystanders, even Liath and the girls were stunned. Even Sung Na was flabbergasted. What was the meaning of this sentence? Was he adding insult to injury? But wasn't Noah's relationship with Kanna pretty good? That was why no one thought that Noah would suddenly say something like that. Seraph, who couldn't hide her thoughts, asked blankly. What does that mean? It's just the literal meaning. Noah merely glanced at the demon's leaders who were mocking Kanna and smiled coldly. If a dream gives people the feeling that it's too easy to realize, they would only feel as expected, even when it's realized. There would be no sense of accomplishment at all. On the other hand, if it's a dream that everyone thinks is impossible and even mocked, what would the faces of those who mocked others look like when it's realized? Don't you think it's quite exciting? As soon as this was said, the faces of the fiend higher-ups changed slightly. Moreover, the mockery of others can sometimes bring a heavy blow, but it can also bring great motivation. From what I know about Kanna, today's mockery should be the motivation for her to realize her dream, right? Noah's voice echoed clearly throughout the hall. The more the dream is mocked, the more valuable it is to be realized. As a teacher, all I can do is to give my student a push when she's on the path to realize her dream, and pull her back when she's on the wrong path. Kanna, don't let me down. Those words weren't very impassioned, and were even rather flat. However, when Noah's words entered Sang Na's ears, they became a tumbling torrent that made Sang Na's heart burn. She lowered her head deeply in Noah's direction and squeezed out a voice that was obviously suppressed from her throat. Yes, teacher. The atmosphere that had become extremely heavy due to the mockery of the demon's leaders was all dispelled at once. Liaz and the others couldn't help but smile. Sazax, Achuka, and Phlebium also slowly raised the corners of their mouths. Seraph was even more agitated as she clutched Noah's hand tightly. If it weren't for the fact that this wasn't the right place, perhaps this demon girl would have pounced on Noah and pushed him down, right? Meanwhile, the faces of the higher-ups of the demons had turned rather ugly. If it was an ordinary human who said that, wouldn't the pedantic upper echelons of the demons, whose egos were unimaginably high, be making things difficult for them? However, the one who said those words was an unprecedented God-slayer, and the strongest Red Dragon Emperor in history. If there weren't many people who believed that Noah could really slay a god before, then, now that even the leaders of the demons, angels, and the fallen angels had admitted it, no one doubted it. And to go against an existence that could slay a god? These so-called upper echelons who were calculating were not stupid enough to do that. It was definitely not worth it to offend a god-slayer, with great power, the Red Dragon Emperor, for some verbal dispute. Although these demon leaders had high self-esteem, it was precisely because they were leaders that their starting point of consideration for a matter would only revolve around two aspects, whether it was beneficial or not. Therefore, none of these so-called leaders would do something that would not benefit them at all if they had a verbal dispute with an existence that could slay a god and ended up offending such a figure. Hence, even though all of them had sullen expressions on their faces, none of the higher-ups of the demon world present chose to refute, and could only swallow their anger. In this regard, Noah just shrugged. Sorry, I'm talking to myself a little. Everyone, just treat it as a teacher nagging at a student. Don't mind it. Continue. These words almost made all of the demon race's higher-ups vomit blood. Nagging? A nagging was enough to slap the faces of the nobles of the entire demon world. Isn't this just purely used to annoy people? Of course, everyone knew that Noah was really infuriating people, and his purpose was to vent Sang Na's anger. With no other choice, the upper echelons could only choose to turn their heads away as if they hadn't heard anything. This made Seraphil laugh out loud, and it also made the upper echelons embarrassed. This heartless demon king had really done a good job of slashing people with his sword. It is my dream to establish a rating game school that teaches everyone regardless of background. With Noah's support, Sang Na returned to his usual calm appearance and nodded to the leaders present. I look forward to your guidance. After saying this, Sang Na left. According to this process, as long as the rest of the new generation of demons spoke of their future prospects, the 4 demon kings would then express their condolences, and the end would be announced. However, no one expected that because of the following words of another demon of the new generation, things would get out of hand. Before stating my future dreams, there is one thing that I hope everyone present can bear witness to. The one who said this was Diodora, who came from the Astaroth family and was Aquika's blood relative. While everyone present was looking at each other, Theodora turned around and walked in a certain direction. Not long after, she arrived in front of a startled young lady. It was none other than Aisha. Aisha Aljet, I finally meet you. Hearing Diodora's words, everyone, including Noah, was surprised. Diodora knows Aisha. On the other hand, Aisha herself was at a loss after being greeted by Diodora. Then, may I ask, judging from Aisha's behavior, it was obvious that Aisha did not know Diodora. Have you forgotten me? Diodora looked at Aisha with a gentle expression and said this. Then, if you see this, you should remember, right? After saying that, Diodora suddenly pulled open the clothes on her chest, revealing a scar. It was a scar that looked quite deep. Seeing the scar, Aisha couldn't help but widen her eyes. That wound, could it be? It seems that you still remember me. I'm very happy, Diodora said happily. I'm so lucky to be able to see my savior here. Hearing this, not to mention the onlookers who were still confused, Lyath and the others who knew Aisha's past finally remembered. Noah also narrowed his eyes and looked at Diodora. Savior? Aisha was a demon savior. Then, the identity of this demon was about to be revealed. When Aisha was still the saintess of the church, she was branded as a witch because she accidentally saved a demon. It was because of this that Aisha was expelled by the church. The identity of the demon who was once saved by Aisha was finally revealed to the public. Since then, I've been thinking about you and couldn't forget you. Even when I heard that you were expelled by the church and lost track of you, I've been looking for you. Today, I finally see you, Aisha. Diodora knelt on one knee in front of Aisha, who was caught off guard, in front of everyone, and said words with a sincere face that stunned everyone. It must be fate to be able to meet you here. Aisha, I hope you can become my wife. Please marry me. I love you. This time, everyone widened their eyes because of the development in front of them. Diodora was actually proposing to Aisha. Aisha was taken aback and didn't know what to do. As if she didn't want to give Aisha the thought of rejecting, Diodora launched a fierce attack. I swear in the name of the Astaroth family that I will definitely make you happy. I also hope that the 4 demon kings and the elders of the superior demons present can be my witnesses. As soon as she finished speaking, Diodora reached out her hand, seemingly intending to hold Aisha's hand. Chapter 672. Noah, who had been sitting at the top with Sazax, Seraph, Achuka, and Felubium, looked down at everything that was happening below. When Theodora was about to hold Aisha's hand, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. That feeling was as if some unpleasant smell had suddenly been mixed into the originally fresh air, and it was very uncomfortable. Of course, it was not that Noah could not bear to see Aisha being touched by others, but Noah's extremely sharp intuition was telling him that this matter was definitely not as simple as it seemed on the surface. This made Noah's eyes flicker. One had to know that Noah's intuition was not some inexplicable sixth sense for no reason, but was directly linked to the hints of the world. Therefore, under normal circumstances, if Noah's intuition sensed something bad, it was half of the time that something was wrong. Noah also trusted his intuition very much. At that moment, Noah stared in Lyath's direction with a hint of sharp pressure in his eyes. This pressure made Lyath finally react. After understanding, she immediately stepped forward and stood in front of Aisha. Wait a minute, Theodora. Theodora, who was about to hold Aisha's hand, raised her head and looked at Lyath. Phew. Aisha was obviously relieved, proving that she did not know how to deal with Theodora at all. While hiding behind Lyath, she also looked in Noah's direction for help. Noah just nodded at Aisha, and she understood something and showed a relieved expression. So, the demon that Aisha saved during the time of the church is the next master of the Astaroth family? It's because of him that Aisha was exiled from the church, right? Genova and Irina stood beside Isha as if they wanted to protect her. They started to size up Diodora seriously. But in the face of everyone's gazes, Diodora completely ignored them as if Leah's was the only one in her eyes. She stood up and smiled gently. What's wrong? The eldest daughter of the Gimli family? Aren't you asking the obvious? Laius put on an awe-inspiring expression and flashed an imposing smile at Theodora. Although I didn't expect that the demon that Aisha saved back then was the next master of the Astaroth family, the person you proposed to is my relative. It shouldn't be strange for me to ask, right? Hearing this, Theodora lowered her head, thought seriously for a moment, and said, Indeed, Aisha is your relative. If I propose to Aisha, as the master, you will inevitably ask. With that said, Theodora smiled slightly. In that case, why don't you make a deal with me? Deal? Laius was stunned for a moment, then she immediately understood. You mean a deal between chess pieces? That's right, let's exchange my kin with yours. Theodora said. I just want Aisha. As soon as this sentence, many people. Noah, who was sitting at the top, stared at Theodora, and his eyes gradually began to glow with a cold light. A deal? Laius smiled, and her smile was unusually cold. You mean, you want to get the person you want to propose to through a deal? I know that Aisha used 4 pawns when she was reincarnated, so I will also prepare the best 4 pawns to exchange with you. I will definitely not let you suffer a loss. Theodora did not realize that there was anything wrong with her approach at all and continued to speak as if it was a matter of course. It's just a pawn. There shouldn't be a need to be so calculative, right? A mere pawn. She actually said that the person she planned to propose to was a pawn. Originally, the people present knew that Theodora had been saved by Aisha, and now the proposal was because of the life-saving grace at that time. That was why they were prepared to express their love in front of everyone. The scene must have been very inspirational and warm. However, what was Theodora saying now? Did Theodora know what she was saying? With Laius in the lead, Junai, Genova, Irina, Label, Kiba Yuto, and the others all revealed cold expressions. Even Sung Na and his family frowned and looked at Theodora coldly. If Theodora's words were true, then what he was expressing was not love at all, but ugly hypocrisy. Noah, who was sitting at the top, already understood why he felt that something was wrong. This was because if Isha was really allowed to fall into Theodora's hands, she would definitely end up in a terrible state. Immediately, Noah turned his head and looked at Achuka. Achuka, that's the kid from your family, right? Noah's sudden question attracted everyone's attention. Achuka nodded gently as if everything that Theodora did could not enter his sight. He did not care at all. However, even though he did not care much, the coquettish smile on Achuka's face had already disappeared. It was obvious that Achuka felt that the situation could not be resolved peacefully. Even though they had only known each other for a month, Achuka already had the most basic understanding of Noah. Therefore, Achuka knew that. For Noah, the more he should be furious in a situation, the calmer he would be. In such a situation, Noah said calmly, "Let me make it clear." Then, let me make it clear first. Even if you want to make a decision for that brat from your family, I will not agree. Do you understand? Achuka finally revealed a bitter smile. Down below, Diodora, who didn't expect Noah to interfere, was stunned. Then, she frowned. Mr. Noah, even you have no right to interfere in this matter, right? Noah glanced at Theodora. Aisha is living in my family now, so she's like family to me. Do you think I have the right to interfere in this matter? Is that so? Diodora nodded as if she had understood the situation and said. Then, Mr. Noah, what do I have to do to make you give Aisha to me? Through her words and sentences, Diodora revealed that she didn't treat Isha as a person, but as an object that could be traded and transferred at will. Even the naive and slow-witted Isha noticed this, and a sad expression appeared on her face. Noah took a deep look at Theodora, feeling a surge of emotions in his heart. Is that so? Do you really want Aisha? With that, Noah stood up and walked down step by step under everyone's gaze. If that's the case, I'll give you a chance. Teacher. Liaz, Kana, and the rest of the family members were all shocked. Teacher. Aisha was also a little shocked. Noah only raised his hand, indicating that he was leaving everything to him, but his eyes did not move away from Theodora. As long as you pass my test, I can give you this chance. Everyone present was shocked and began to talk about it. What is Noah planning to do? Could it be that he was going to fight Diodora? Isn't that too much of a bully? Theodora's brows furrowed deeper and deeper, and even the gentle smile on her face was a little distorted. Although I am very confident in my own strength, no matter what, I do not dare to say that I can compete with the existence of the Red Dragon Emperor, who is on the same level as the God and the Demon King. Aren't you going too far? Don't worry, I won't bully you. Noah walked down the high platform and came in front of Theodora, his deep eyes filled with pressure. I'll give you 10 minutes. In these 10 minutes, I won't make a move, and I won't do anything. I'll just stand here and let you attack me. There are 2 conditions for you to win. Noah stretched out 2 fingers, and his voice was still as calm as ever. 1. You have to leave a mark on my body in 10 minutes. Even if there's a tear on my clothes or a strand of my hair, you win. 2. I'll make my move in 10 minutes, and I'll only use 1 move. If you can still stand up after the first move, then it's your win. Noah raised his eyes and looked at Theodora, who had an ugly expression on her face. With such conditions for you, this isn't considered bullying you, right? Not considered bullying? Indeed, it couldn't be considered bullying. Because this was no longer something that could be described as bullying. It was complete and utter contempt. Chapter 673. Not doing anything for 10 minutes and allowing others to attack. As long as she could leave a trace on his body, even if it was just a tear on his clothes or a strand of his hair, she would lose. Moreover, she would only make 1 move after 10 minutes. After 1 move, if the opponent could still stand, would it still be considered a loss? No matter how one looked at it, it did not seem like she had a chance of winning. However, Noah still said these words. What did that prove? This proved that Noah believed that even if he stood still and allowed Theodora to attack him, she wouldn't be able to leave a single mark on his body. She wouldn't even be able to damage a single strand of his hair. It also proved that in Noah's opinion, 1 move was enough to deal with Theodora. If this wasn't contempt, then what was? Theodora's expression had completely sunk, and it was even a little unsightly. Are you insulting me? Insulting me, a pure-blooded superior demon and a blood relative of the current demon king Beelzebub? Do you think I'm insulting you? Noah could not help but laugh, but there was no smile in his eyes. Since you can casually insult others and even use the word mere to describe the person you intend to propose to, there's nothing wrong with others insulting you, right? Or do you think I'm just a mere person? Theodora gritted her teeth, but she seemed to be holding back something and smiled slightly. In that case, as the God Slayer and the Red Dragon Empress, your words should count, right? Of course. Noah smiled coldly. Although I've made a considerable concession, it's really disgusting to hand Isha over to someone like you. So, let me participate in it personally. Otherwise, it'll be too uncomfortable. If Theodora's words just now were to treat Isha as an object, then Noah's words were to show that he did not take Theodora seriously at all. No matter what, I'm still a superior demon and a blood relative of the current demon king Beelzebub. Even if you're in existence on par with gods and demon kings, I can't remain indifferent. Diodora put on a fake smile, but her eyes were filled with murderous intent. You said that you can't do anything in 10 minutes. That's right. Noah, who clearly sensed the killing intent in Diodora's eyes, curled his lips. Even if your goal is to kill me, I will not make a move within 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, I will only make one move. I will not go back on my word. After receiving Noah's assurance, a hypocritical gentleness reappeared on Diodora's face. Meanwhile, the group of demon higher-ups above sneered in their hearts. Even if Noah was the god-slayer and the strongest red dragon emperor in history, wasn't it too arrogant to allow his opponent to attack him for 10 minutes? Diodora wasn't a small fry. She was a pure-blooded superior demon. Even a demon king would be seriously injured if he allowed a superior demon to attack freely within 10 minutes without defending or dodging. Therefore, the higher-ups who had just been humiliated by Noah were gloating and watching this bet with the mentality of watching a show. Lord Noah. Laebel was a little anxious. Teacher. Isha also clenched her hands worriedly. On the contrary, Lise and the other girls who had witnessed the battle between Noah and Korkabor were relieved. Even Sazax and Achuka, who were sitting above, could not help but laugh and shake their heads. How cunning! Hearing Sazax and Achuka's words, Seraphil and Philibium were puzzled. Cunning? Seraphil asked curiously. What's cunning? Well. Sazax smiled meaningfully. Watch carefully, and you will know. At this moment, all the demons in the vast venue had retreated to both sides of the wall, emptying the space. Noah and Diodora stood opposite each other. One was just standing there naturally without any action, while the other's body was obviously tense, but there was always a smile on her face. That smile might be gentle in the eyes of those who did not know, but in the eyes of those who just knew Diodora's character, it was extremely hypocritical. Then, Diodora opened a pair of eyes full of murderous intent and coldness. I won't hold back. As soon as she said that, the hypocritical smile on Diodora's face began to turn ferocious. Her robe trembled slightly, and a strong surge of mana burst out of her body. In the blink of an eye, the entire venue was shrouded in mana fluctuations. Feeling the powerful mana from Diodora, whether it was Lise, Canna, or the other demons of the new generation, all of their expressions froze. This Diodora? Lise said solemnly with some surprise. Is she that strong? No, as far as I know, the previous Diodora shouldn't have this level of mana. Canna frowned. Diodora's mana is already much stronger than ordinary superior demons, almost close to the most superior demons. She shouldn't have this level of strength. Not only Lise and Canna, but the rest of the demons who more or less knew about Diodora were also surprised. In the venue, due to the magic power surging from Diodora's body, the atmosphere around her was in a bit of chaos. Just like Canna said, Diodora's mana was already much stronger than ordinary superior demons, almost close to the most superior demons. However, in the face of this considerable mana, Noah only glanced at it indifferently. Stop showing off. Hurry up and make your move. The countdown has begun. With a smile on her face, Diodora's eyes became more and more violent. That's why I won't hold back. The magic power surging around Theodora began to surge violently. Hum. A moment later, the whistling mana rapidly condensed into a gorgeous magic array in front of Diodora's palm, with rich mana rolling in it. In the next moment, a gust of wind made of pure mana emerged on the magic array, spinning like a vortex, and then suddenly spread out. After a while, it expanded to more than 10 meters wide. Lise, Canna, and the other demons who saw this scene with their own eyes had a change of expression. In the end, Diodora's power seemed to be above their expectations. Take this. Diodora had a smug and sinister smile on her face after creating such a fierce mana storm with her own power. Don't dodge. At that moment, the mana on Diodora's body vibrated, and the huge mana storm immediately swept toward Noah with a sharp whistling sound. Looking at the mana storm that was rolling toward him, Noah's expression was calm from beginning to end, but there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. In the next moment, the mana storm mixed with an almost terrifying force fell on Noah's body. Boom! There wasn't even a moment of stalemate. The magic storm suddenly exploded where Noah was standing, bringing about a violent explosion that shook the entire venue. A circle of shockwaves spread out from the explosion site, like a violent storm, blowing up. Almost at the same time, a crystal-like barrier flickered and blocked all the aftermath of Diodora's attack inside the barrier, preventing it from affecting the surrounding people. Such a fierce attack made the higher-ups of the demons look at each other and smile. I didn't expect the kid from the Astaroth family to be so strong. This attack is enough to rival the highest-level demon, right? He took the full blow of the highest-level demon without defending or dodging. Even gods and demon kings would be injured, right? In the barrier, Diodora, who confirmed that she had hit the target, couldn't help but laugh out loud. In terms of power alone, this is enough to rival the attack of the highest-level demon. Even if you are a god or demon king powerhouse, after taking this attack, I'm afraid, before Diodora could finish her sentence, the scene in front of her made her smile freeze on her face. Who? In a gust of wind, the violent mana storm gradually dispersed. Inside, a figure slowly appeared in front of everyone's eyes, causing many people to widen their eyes in disbelief. Pa! Pa! With a soft patting sound, Noah patted his clothes in the wind as if dust was stuck on his body. He looked up at Diodora and suddenly smiled. So what? Chapter 674. Impossible. When Noah, who was completely unscathed and whose clothes were not in a mess, reappeared in her field of vision, the disgusting smile on Diodora's face finally disappeared. What was left was the same disbelief as the surrounding demons. That was my all-out attack, comparable to the attack of the highest-level demon. Even if it was an opponent of the same level as gods and demon kings, if they did not dodge or defend, it was absolutely impossible for them to be unscathed. That's all you want to say? Noah cast his gaze directly on Diodora. 10 minutes will pass in minutes and seconds. Damn it! Only then did Diodora realize the severity of the situation. She couldn't care less about anything else. She raised her palm, and the violent mana immediately formed a gust of wind again, converging into a tornado. At first, it was only the size of an arm, but after a while, the tornado of mana skyrocketed and turned into a gigantic tornado in the blink of an eye, as though it was a physical tornado. Since one attack is not enough, then I'll keep attacking. I don't believe that 10 minutes of continuous attacks won't leave any scars on your body. As Diodora shouted in a slightly inflated voice, the tornado of magic power whistled and spun in the space, continuously pulling out the stone bricks on the ground and sucking them into it. Then, the violent magic power twisted them into stone fragments that filled the sky. It had to be said that Diodora was indeed quite amazing for a new generation demon to be able to use this level of power. Even the higher-ups admitted that Diodora's attack was comparable to that of the highest-level demons in terms of power. Even if Diodora's strength had not reached the level of the highest-level demons, she was far stronger than the new generation of higher-level demons and even the higher-ups of the higher-level demons present. In the eyes of the gods and demon kings, this power was not something that could be ignored. However, Noah just watched quietly, and his expression did not change from beginning to end. In the eyes of Diodora and the higher-ups of the demons, this calmness became real pressure. No. I can't lose in such a situation. Diodora seemed to be comforting herself, and her expression was a little sinister. Die. With a wave of Theodora's hand, a huge mana tornado swept towards Noah with a violent whistling sound. Wherever the storm passed, the stone bricks on the ground below were all broken, and a wasteland was forcibly scraped out. With the protection of the barrier, the surrounding demons were not affected by the powerful attack. However, when they clearly sensed the powerful aura and mana within it, many demons couldn't help but gulp. Immediately after, the violent magic power tornado descended like a python that intended to swallow Noah into its stomach. With a twist, it covered Noah's figure. Boom! A loud explosion resounded in the air above the entire venue. A terrifying power was crazily released, causing the barrier to ripple slightly at this moment. It's not over yet. Diodora's face was sinister. She stretched out both hands, and the violent mana surging on her body quickly gathered in her palms under her control. It rolled in the two rotating magic arrays, forming high-speed rotating mana light bullets. With the violent sound of wind, the mana light bullets rubbed against the air and blasted out from the two magic arrays set up by Diodora like raindrops. Bang 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 bang. The mana light bullets formed a storm-like attack, sweeping in the direction of the mana tornado that had yet to dissipate. They fell into it one by one, causing a series of explosions, violent waves, and intense flames. Ha 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 ha. Die, die, die. Diodora seemed to have forgotten that there were spectators around her, and finally exposed her true nature completely. She vented the mana light bullets in front of her like a madman, mercilessly attacking Noah, causing explosions and flames to constantly shake the barrier. That scene was simply like a battlefield filled with artillery fire. The dense flames and impact shook the barrier slightly, and even the entire venue was a little shaken. Such a violent attack and power made all the demons present stare at the scene inside the barrier. They didn't even blink their eyes. Laybelle had already turned her head away, unable to bear to watch anymore. Although Aisha did not say anything, she clenched her hands tightly and placed them in front of her chest, looking like she was about to cry and praying for Noah. Even Leah's and the other girls who knew about Noah's uniqueness became solemn, and their hearts were faintly in their throats. It was not because of anything else, but because that kind of attack made it impossible for anyone present to really ignore it. This included the other two demon kings, except for Sazax and Achuka, who were surpassers. Is it really going to be okay? Perhaps because Noah had stood up for her sister, and because she did not regard him as an outsider, Seraphil completely treated Noah as one of her own people, and she was a little worried. It's not a problem if we dodge or defend against that kind of continuous attack, but if we don't dodge or defend, even we will be seriously injured, won't we? The lazy Philibium glanced at Sazax and Achuka, who were unperturbed. It seems that we don't need to worry. Undoubtedly, Diodora was a member of the superior pure-blooded demon, and she was also from Achuka's family, but almost all of the 4 demon kings were on Noah's side. Diodora, who did not know all this, just crazily unleashed her magic power and continuously attacked, causing explosions to resound throughout the venue. Unknowingly, 10 minutes had passed. However, Diodora was still unleashing her attacks, and had no intention of stopping at all. Until a certain moment, in the barrier, Diodora suddenly knelt on the ground on one knee, and the magic circle in her palm dissipated all of a sudden, and she panted violently. The powerful magic power in her body that even Leah's and the others were amazed by was now pitifully weak. Theodora had actually exhausted all of her magic power from her attacks. Ha! Ha! Despite that, Diodora did not care about her empty body and panting violently, and laughed out loud. Now, you're done for even if you don't die. As the saying went, the onlooker sees the game clearly, and the player is confused. Although Diodora did not notice it, the higher-ups of the demons had already discovered it with shock. In the barrier, inside the dense flames, there was an aura that did not fluctuate at all from beginning to end, and was still as powerful as ever. All of a sudden, the entire venue fell into a dead silence. Under such circumstances, Diodora finally noticed that something was wrong. She raised her head bit by bit and looked at the center of the dense flames in front of her. Then, her pupils constricted. Whoosh! A figure appeared in the flames that were rolling like waves. His footsteps were still clear as he gradually walked out of it. It was as if he had walked for an eternity. After a long time, his body was filled with wisps of smoke, but he was still unscathed. Even his hair and clothes were not messed up. Only then did he appear in front of everyone. 17 minutes, a calm and deep voice slowly echoed in the surroundings. Attacking continuously for 17 minutes without stopping. Your magic power is indeed impressive, but unfortunately, it still can't reach the realm of a god. Diodora's face was already distorted due to shock, and she even slumped to the ground. Looking at the expressionless Noah who was walking toward her step by step, her body began to tremble. Impossible, impossible. Even if you can reach the same level as a god and demon king, how can you be unscathed after enduring such continuous attacks without dodging or defending? You must have used some method to dodge or defend. You must be cheating. No matter what, you're still a superior demon. Even if you lose, please lose with dignity. You're simply a disgrace to the entire demon world. Noah continued to walk toward Diodora and sneered. Fine, I'll let you know why you lost. Let me tell you, since the day I killed the god, my physique has changed. I have an extremely strong resistance. Apart from direct physical attacks, unless it's an attack that reaches the level of a god, all mystical powers will be nullified by my body. Everyone was shocked. Chapter 675. Mystical powers that don't reach the realm of gods are all nullified. Apart from those who were in the know, the rest of the people who learned about it for the first time took a full minute or so to truly understand the meaning of this information. Hence, amidst the silence that pervaded the place, the demons looked at each other one after another, and there was only shock in their eyes. Although even gods and demon kings could not ignore Theodora's attack if it was not dodged or defended, it was completely different from an attack that reached the realm of gods. If it did not reach the realm of gods, or if it was a power that was effective against gods, then it would all be nullified. In other words, no matter how much Theodora's attack surpassed that of an ordinary superior demon, or even reached the level of a demon king, as long as it did not reach the realm of gods, it would not be able to leave a single trace on Noah's body even if it was given 10 days to attack freely, let alone 10 minutes. Now, everyone present finally understood why Noah would make such a concession. It was not that Noah was too arrogant, but that this physique was destined to lead to such an outcome. There's actually such a physique, there's such a thing too. So that's how it is. This is the God-slayer. The gazes of the high-ranking demons that looked at Noah could no longer be filled with ridicule and self-respect. There was only shock and fear left. After all, no matter how high and mighty they were, most of these demons were superior demons, and some of them were even weaker than Theodora. And if apart from gods and existences that could rival gods could not do anything to Noah, how could these superior demons do anything to Noah? Coupled with that foul physique, the high-ranking demons present finally understood what level of power Noah had, and were all speechless. On the other hand, Label, who had been worried just now, was overjoyed. Amazing, Lord Noah actually has such a physique. That's amazing. Beside them, Isha nodded repeatedly, almost crying tears of joy. Even Leah and the others smiled. From the very beginning, I noticed that your magic power is stronger than that of ordinary superior demons. So, you must be the type that is good at using magic power to attack, right? Ignoring Theodora, who was stunned by this fact, Noah slowly walked towards Theodora as if he was taking a stroll in the courtyard. But no matter how good you are at using magic to attack, your power is still not at the level of a god. You're also not like Leah's, whose magic carries the attribute of destruction. Even if you're not as powerful as a god, you can still hurt a god. Your power isn't at the level of a god, and you don't have a special power that can hurt even a god. From the very beginning, you have no chance of winning against me. Otherwise, do you think I would use Isha as a stake in a boring bet? Noah smirked. If you had the guts to come up and punch me, you might have a chance of winning. Unfortunately, in the end, you didn't have the guts to get close to me. Now, the magic power that you thought was great is useless. You must be very happy, right? After saying that, Noah's voice turned cold all of a sudden. Of course, you still have a chance of winning. As long as you can withstand a blow from me, victory will be yours. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying pressure began to slowly spread from Noah's body. So, I won't be merciful. The heavy pressure immediately covered the entire venue. Everyone present, except for the 4 demon kings, felt as if their bodies were suddenly pressed down by something extremely heavy. Their hearts skipped a beat, and their shoulders sank. They felt as if their bodies had become much heavier, and it was difficult for them to move. On the other hand, Diodora, who was specifically targeted by the pressure that pervaded the entire arena, slumped to the ground. While looking at Noah with an extremely horrified expression, she shifted her buttocks and retreated without caring about her image. At the same time, she yelled loudly. "Don't come over. Don't come over." At this moment, not only could Theodora no longer maintain her previous hypocritical and gentle image, but she could not even maintain the dignity of a pure-blooded demon. This made many demons' faces extremely ugly. Theodora, who did not notice that the gazes looking at her had begun to become contemptuous, was still screaming. "Do you know who I am? I'm a pure-blooded superior demon. And I'm the blood relative of the current demon king Beelzebub. You're just a human. Don't come near me." Such a performance and such words were simply ugly to the extreme. Achuka's expression had become emotionless, as if the ugly guy below was just a stranger. She was quite cold. As for the eyes of Liath and the others, they had completely turned into disgust. "Even I want to laugh at myself for being so serious with a guy like you for so long." Noah's eyes were cold. "Let's get rid of you quickly. You're too ugly." Wait. Wait. Don't you want that nun? Here. I'll give it to you." The excessive fear finally crushed Theodora's heart, causing her to cry out. "Not just Aisha. My dependents. I'll give you all the nuns I've raised in captivity." This sentence not only stunned the surrounding people, but also made Noah's footsteps stop slightly and frown. "Your dependents? The nuns you've raised in captivity?" "That's right. My dependents are all nuns from the church." Theodora shouted desperately as if she was hugging her last life-saving straw. They were originally extremely devout believers or women who had a close relationship with the church headquarters. They were all famous nuns and saintesses from all over the world. After I forcefully obtained them, they became my dependents. Although I've already used them once, they'll definitely satisfy you." For a moment, the people present couldn't believe what they had just heard. Aisha, Genova, and Irina all widened their eyes in shock. Noah's eyes gradually focused, and the way he looked at Theodora began to change. "So, all your dependents are nuns that you've forcefully seduced?" "Yes. That's right." Theodora seemed to think that Noah was moved by her. She nodded repeatedly and began to self-destruct regardless of everything. "If you think it's not enough, I can still find more for you. I'm the best at this kind of thing. You got Aisha thanks to me. For this reason, let me go." "Got Aisha thanks to you?" Noah's heart flashed with a hint of surprise. "Huh?" Aisha, the person involved, was at a loss. The next moment, the truth that came out from Theodora's mouth made Aisha sluggish. "I was the one who got Aisha expelled by the church." Theodora's loud voice resounded throughout the venue. "My favorite thing is to seduce the nuns of the church to fall and then take them for myself. I also found Aisha by chance. I also heard from a person who was very familiar with the sacred gear that her sacred gear had the effect of healing even demons, so I deliberately hurt myself and deliberately let the clergy of the church see the scene of her healing me, causing her to be expelled by the church." It was as if a bolt from the blue had struck her head. Aisha felt as if her mind had gone blank with a loud bang. Noah clenched his fists almost subconsciously, and his voice lowered little by little. "In other words, Aisha's expulsion by the church was all planned by you?" "I originally planned to turn Aisha into my dependence after she was killed by the fallen angel, but she surrendered to you, and that's why she came to your side." Theodora did not notice the change in Noah at all and was still shouting self-righteously. "So, you got Aisha thanks to me. You have to thank me." In Theodora's heart, perhaps she had never thought about what Aisha was to Noah. Because in Theodora's opinion, it was just a hobby that suited her for a moment of fun. Therefore, Theodora said these words as a matter of course, and she also thought that it was a matter of course. Bastard! Liaz and her entourage were enraged. Aisha lowered her head, and tears fell from her face. Chapter 676. At this moment, Noah only felt a strong emotion surging violently in his heart. Especially when he saw Isha crying, the surging emotion in Noah's heart erupted directly. Although he hadn't known Isha for a long time, Isha's kind and naive personality had already made Noah treat her as one of his own. And until now, Noah had not forgotten what kind of situation Isha was in when she had no choice but to rely on him. She had only seen his face once, and she did not know anything about him at all. The kind and innocent Isha was forced to such a desperate situation that even Noah, who met her for the first time, had some killing intent toward the dead god, and even annihilated Laneri and the other fallen angels. Now, Theodora was saying that he was the one who had planned all of this? Just because Diodora likes to play with the nuns of the fallen church? Noah did not know how to describe his emotions at this time. The only thing he was sure of was that Diodora, who only made Noah feel a little uncomfortable before, completely made Noah's displeasure disappear at this moment. Because there was no need to be displeased anymore. Boom! Like a sharp blade, a magic power so sharp that it seemed to be able to cut people into thousands of pieces soared from Noah's body, instantly enveloping the entire world. Led by Sazax, Seraph, Achuka, and Felubium, all the demons present felt suffocated. Wadash! Leas, Kana, and the superior demons also felt their hearts suddenly shrink, and even breathing became difficult. Pa 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 pa! Some of the weaker demons knelt on the ground as if they were heavily pressed down by something, and their faces were full of sweat. Ah! Ah! As for Diodora, who was facing the terrifying magic power that surged from Noah, she was completely stupefied. Her mouth opened and closed like a goldfish, and her whole body trembled. Her complexion paled, and fear filled her face. Looking at Noah, who was standing in front of her with his head lowered and his bangs covering his expression, Diodora's lips trembled, and she could only squeeze out 2 words from her throat. Spare me, these were the last words that Diodora left in this world. Hum. The gorgeous magic array rotated in front of Noah, and like the muzzle of a cannon, it aimed at Theodora. An astonishing amount of mana surged out of the array and gradually converged into a ray of light. Ah! Amidst the tragic cries, the body of Diodora, who was sitting on the ground, was directly drowned by the light of magic power from the gorgeous magic formation, and she disappeared in an instant. Boom! With a loud noise, the light of magic power fell on the ground of the entire venue, digging up the soil, smashing the rock plates, and stirring up a violent aftershock that shook in all directions. It hit the barrier, causing it to tremble and even crack. The new generation of demons watching from the sidelines were completely stunned by the scene in front of them. The senior demons sitting on the high platform all stood up involuntarily, and many of them even exclaimed. He killed Diodora. The next master of the Astaroth family was killed by the God-Slayer. Amidst the exclamations of the senior demons, Sazax, Seraph, Achuka, and Felubium also had solemn expressions. This time, they were in big trouble. The next master of a superior pure-blood demon noble was killed just like that. And she was killed by a human. Even if this person was a God-Slayer and a Red Dragon Emperor, directly killing the next master of a demon noble was destined to be a matter that could not be resolved peacefully. Not to mention the 4 demon kings, even Leas and the others understood what the consequences of Noah's actions would be. They were all shocked, including Isha, who was in tears. He actually dares to do this. He's simply looking down on us. He's provoking the entire demon world. Some demons with extremely strong self-esteem had already completely forgotten what level of strength Noah had because of the heat of the moment, and they shouted one after another. However, in the next moment, Noah raised his head, and his dark and deep eyes were filled with unprecedented hostility. He swept his gaze across the senior demons, making them feel as if they were being stared at by some ferocious beast. Their hearts turned cold, their scalps tingled, and they all shut their mouths. To be honest, Noah had a very good impression of demons because of his relationships with Leas, Kana, Sazax, Seraph, and the others. However, at this moment, Noah really felt disgusted with the so-called demons from the bottom of his heart. Of course, this was only directed at those senior demons. These senior demons only knew that a pure-blood superior demon had died in the hands of Noah, but did they ever think about the reason why this demon was killed? Even if they did, they probably did not care, right? After all, in the eyes of these extremely pedantic pure-blood demons who had lived for who knew how long, a nun of the former church who had reincarnated as a low-level demon was not as important as a pure-blood superior demon. Even though they knew that Diodora had toyed with Isha's life like that, these demons did not understand the reason for Noah's killing intent and were still clamoring. Under such circumstances, Noah did not intend to talk too much nonsense with these so-called senior demons. He turned around, held Isha's hand, and left without hesitation while she was still in a daze with 2 lines of tears on her cheeks. Isha. Genova and Irina followed him without hesitation. On the other hand, Liaz, Junai, Laibel, and Kiba Yuto were clearly mindful of the situation. They bowed at the 4 demon kings, turned around, and quickly chased after them. The entire venue fell into an extremely oppressive atmosphere. Everyone looked at the deep pit in the middle of the venue where Diodora was buried and completely disappeared, and were speechless for a long time. Sigh. Achuka sighed with some complicated feelings. Achuka. Sazax opened his mouth, but after calling Achuka, he did not know what to say. There was no other way. The dead person was Achuka's blood relative after all. Although Achuka seemed to be on Noah's side from the beginning to the end, that was also because he did not expect Diodora to dig her own grave, right? Now that Diodora was dead, and she died in the hands of Noah, Sazax did not know if Achuka regretted not stopping the bet, so he could only choose to remain silent. Seraph was at a loss for what to do. What should we do now? Noah killed Diodora. And in front of the 4 demon kings and the entire upper echelons of the demon world. Presumably, when they came back to their senses, there should be a lot of prideful demons who would start to cause trouble, right? No matter what, there's definitely going to be trouble. The usual laziness on Philibium's face had disappeared. However, the other party is the Godslayer and the Red Dragon Emperor. We can't really become enemies with him. Sazax nodded gravely. It seems that we can only suppress the demon's dissatisfaction. The problem is the Astaroth family. Don't worry, Diodora is not the only bloodline in the Astaroth family, Achuka said faintly. So, I'll explain to the Astaroth family. The 4 demon kings all nodded slowly, and instantly decided on a plan to deal with this matter. From this aspect, it could be seen that even if they did not act like demon kings in private, Sazax and his party were still demon kings after all. They were very decisive and wise. It was believed that the upper echelons of any force would not make such a stupid decision to become enemies with someone who could be on the same level as gods and demon kings for the sake of a superior demon. In particular, Sazax and Achuka, who had accompanied Noah in training for a whole month and witnessed the full extent of Noah's current strength, understood this even more clearly. In the end, becoming enemies with Noah was an unnecessary and stupid thing to do. Therefore, almost every demon king was inclined to minimize this matter and turn it into nothing. At this time, Seraph, who inadvertently looked in the direction of the deep pit, was startled and cried out in surprise. What's that? Chapter 677. Phew, after walking out of the venue, Noah heaved a heavy sigh of relief when he saw the sky that was as clear as a lake, releasing all the depression in his heart. Although there was still some anger left, Diodora had been completely annihilated by Noah without leaving a single hair behind. He believed that this anger would gradually dissipate in the near future, right? It was really ironic. Diodora had tried her best, but she couldn't even make Noah lose a single hair. Noah, on the other hand, made Diodora disappear with just a casual strike. Not even a strand of her hair was left behind. There was nothing more ironic than this. Sensei, Isha, who walked out of the venue with Noah, seemed to have recovered a little. Even though there were still traces of tears on her face, her expression was no longer as sad as before. Aisha is really strong. Noah couldn't help but pat Aisha's head. You were almost played with by that scumbag for your entire life. I thought you would never recover. There's no such thing. Isha's expression was a little gloomy, but she still smiled calmly. Although I feel very sad, I don't regret saving him at that time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have met Sensei and the minister. Just as Isha finished speaking, Junai, Genova, Irina, Label, Kiba Yuto, and the others all walked out of the venue's entrance. Well said, Aisha. Leah stepped forward and hugged Aisha gently, stroking her head lovingly. It's Isha's misfortune to be targeted by that guy, but it's also because of that Isha came to our side. That's our fortune. Don't worry, Isha. Genova held her hand tightly, and said with unusual firmness. From now on, we will protect Isha. We will never let her be hurt like that again. Everyone. Isha's tears fell again. Of course, this time it wasn't because of sadness, but because of happiness and gratitude. If God closes a door on you, will he leave a window open for you? Noah stroked Isha's head. From this point of view, it must be Aisha's piety that moved even the dead God. That's why he protected you from falling into the hands of someone like Theodora and came to our side, right? That's right. Hearing Noah's words, Irina's eyes shone as she held Noah's hand at once. She was the most devout believer in God. As expected of teacher, well said. Isha and Genova's eyes also lit up, as if they had received some kind of revelation. Their faces were pure and holy. As expected, even though the Lord has passed away, we have not been abandoned. My hope has been rekindled. Ah, thank you, Lord. Aisha, Genova, and Irina couldn't help but hold hands in front of their chests and pray. Awoo. It was a pity that as demons, once they prayed to God, the system that remained in the heavens would cause harm to the demons. As a result, the three demon girls immediately clutched their heads and cried out after praying to God. Ahaha. Leah's and the others couldn't help but laugh out loud. Seeing this, Noah breathed a sigh of relief. It couldn't be better that Isha wasn't hurt because of Theodora's actions. At this moment, a small magic circle flashed in front of Leah's. A small figure emerged from it and imprinted itself in everyone's eyes. Brother? Leah's reacted. It was Sazak's. Leah's. The small Sazak's voice that emerged from the small magic circle sounded rather serious. Noah is with you, right? Let him come to us. Hearing that, Leah's and the other girls all fell silent. Presumably, Leah's and the others thought that Sazak's was looking for Noah to negotiate with Noah about Theodora. However, Noah heard a hint of something wrong from Sazak's serious tone. Although Noah had killed Theodora in front of all the high-ranking demons, greatly provoking all of them, with Noah's sharp political acumen, he could easily infer that in the long run, Sazak's and the others were unlikely to become enemies with him, a god-slayer and the Crimson Dragon Emperor, for a pure-blooded superior demon. So, even if he intended to negotiate with him about Theodora, Sazak's tone shouldn't be so serious. Noah immediately spoke. Sazak's, did something happen? Something did happen. Sazak's nodded. Anyway, come to us first. We'll talk about the details when the time comes. I understand. Noah pondered for a moment and nodded. It was only then that Sazak's nodded and disappeared before Leah's eyes along with the small communication magic circle. At this point, Leah's and the others knew that Sazak's wasn't trying to pursue the matter about Theodora. An accident really did happen. Teacher, you go. Leah's hesitated for a moment before making a decisive decision. I want to accompany Aisha. Teacher, please go about your business, Aisha said seriously. I'm fine now. Well, remember to tell me if there's anything. Noah patted Aisha's head before turning around and returning to the hall under the gaze of Leah's and the others. Not long after Noah entered the hall, Eulethia, who had been hiding somewhere, appeared in front of Noah and led Noah to a conference room. Sazak's, Seraphil, Achuka, and Philibium were sitting around the conference table. When Noah entered, they cast their gazes in his direction. Among them, Achuka's expression was obviously a little helpless. I thought that after what happened just now, you wouldn't appear in front of us so calmly anymore. Why not? Noah sighed. Achuka, I don't think I did anything wrong, so I won't apologize to you. It's okay. I know that Theodora brought it upon herself. Achuka laughed bitterly. Although it was sudden, even I didn't expect you to suddenly kill her like that. Little Noah, you're being naughty. Seraphil put her hands on her hips and rebuked. Because of you, we're going to have to face the complaints of those uncles and demons. Sigh. Philibium sighed very obviously. It's really troublesome, no matter what, that was a little too extreme, Sazak said solemnly. Although you're very powerful, you're still just one person. Facing an entire force, you're still a little powerless. It's better for you to be careful. Of course, Noah understood the principle that human strength was ultimately limited. However, this principle was completely useless when it came to Noah. Even if it was a war with the entire demon world, Noah was not afraid at all. Not to mention, with Noah's physique, apart from Sazak's and Achuka, the other demons could only hurt Noah with a special destructive magic power like Leah. Even if the entire demon world charged at him, he did not need to be afraid. Don't forget that in addition to authority, Noah still had the trump card of the 3 great spells, Fairy Tale. With Noah's current magic power, as long as he smashed down with Fairy Law, who knew how many demons would die? In terms of large-scale attacks, the Fairy Law was even more effective than the authority that Noah used. Therefore, numbers were meaningless in front of Noah. Even if he really went against the demon world, Noah was not afraid. However, no demon king had any intention of going against Noah. Even Sazak only said that he needed to be careful. As one could imagine, Noah's influence was quite great. Therefore, Noah sat down between Sazak and Seraphil and looked around. Something must have happened for you to call me here, right? Sazak immediately looked at the other 3 demon kings before looking at Noah. Actually, we found something at the place where you killed Theodora. Chapter 678. Actually, in the place where you killed Diodora, we found something. With such a sentence, Sazak held out his hand. In Sazak's hand, a small gemstone-like enchantment was quietly fluctuating there. And inside the small enchantment, a group of things like a black snake was constantly twisting and fluctuating, and connected head to tail. That scene reminded Noah of something. The Ouroboros. Almost at the same time, something in Noah's pocket vibrated, making Noah look at the group of Ouroboros in Sazak's hand. Gradually narrowed his eyes. From the world of the god Slayer, Noah brought out a total of 2 things. One was the Holy Grail that he snatched from Guinevere. The other was the Stone of Gorgon that he got from Athena. Now, because the size of the Holy Grail was not convenient to carry around, Noah put it in the space between worlds. What he carried with him was another thing he brought out from the world of the god Slayer. The Stone of Gorgon. This snake that belonged to Athena had previously reacted to the dragon that was born from the essence of the earth in Naples after the destruction of the Pillars of Hera. Now, the Stone of Gorgon reacted again, proving that the group of Ouroboros in the enchantment in Sazak's hand was most likely related to snakes. No. It should be said that it was related to the derivative of snakes, the dragon. This was found in the place where I killed Diodora. Noah frowned. You mean, this is Diodora's thing? It should be said that this is something in Diodora's body. It was not Sazak who answered Noah, but Achuka. We all think that Diodora put this thing into her body, so it appeared in that place after she was killed by you. Then, when we saw this thing, we understood. Sazak looked straight at Noah. Why is Diodora so much stronger than the average superior demon? Hearing this, Noah was slightly stunned. Could it be that Diodora is so much stronger than ordinary superior demons because of this snake? Actually, not long ago, Theodora didn't have this level of power, Achuka explained. Although Diodora is the next head of the Astaroth family, she is still weaker than Laius, who has destructive magic, let alone reaching the power of a top-tier demon. That's why we were quite surprised to see Diodora launch such a powerful attack on you. Seraphine seemed to be planning to be serious, but in the end, her performance gave people a feeling of cuteness. We thought that Diodora had been hiding her true strength and planned to make a name for herself after she debuted in the raiding game. However, now it seems that it's not that Diodora has been hiding her true strength, but that she didn't have this level of strength not long ago, Philibium also said. When this snake is implanted into the body, it can increase the user's strength to a certain extent. Diodora should have used it to allow her strength to surpass most of the superior demons and approach the level of the highest level demons. Then what is this snake? Noah asked. Can it increase the user's strength to a certain extent? Is it the ability of a sacred gear, similar to the Red Dragon Emperor's boosted gear? No, that's impossible, Sazek rejected directly. Even a longinus, like the Red Dragon Emperor's boosted gear, can only temporarily increase the user's power, but Diodora has been using this power all the time. So, this can't be the power of a sacred gear. At this point, Sazek suddenly said. Do you remember when the descendants of the 3 old demon kings, Leviathan, Beelzebub, and Asmodeus, attacked us during the tripartite conference? Noah nodded. He was also a participant in that incident, so naturally, he couldn't forget. In fact, those 3 descendants of the demon kings are only descendants of the demon kings after all. Their strength is comparable to that of the top-tier demons, but they haven't reached the level of the demon kings. They dared to directly cause trouble for us because they have obtained the power comparable to that of the demon kings, Sazek said. At that time, I clearly saw that the 3 descendants of the demon kings all used this snake to increase their strength to the level of the demon kings in one go. Hearing this, Noah immediately understood what Sazek meant. You mean, Diodora has contact with a Calamity Mass? Calamity Mass. It was a terrorist group that gathered dangerous elements from various forces, intending to bring chaos and destruction to the world. In that group, Wally was also one of the members. Naturally, the 3 descendants of the demon kings were also members of Calamity Mass. During the tripartite conference, they attacked Sazek, intending to break the peace treaty, launch a coup, and reclaim the throne of the demon kings. Since the 3 descendants of the demon kings all used this snake, there was no doubt that Diodora, who also used this snake, had contact with a Calamity Mass. Originally, after Diodora obtained the power of this snake, it should have been completely digested by Diodora and integrated into her body. However, after you destroyed it, Diodora left this snake behind, Sazek said seriously. Therefore, we speculate that Theodora had just obtained this snake not long ago, and her body hadn't completely integrated with the power of the snake yet. That's why she left the snake that hadn't completely integrated with her body when she was destroyed. You understand what we mean, right? Achuka revealed her usual flirtatious smile. That is to say, Diodora only obtained this snake recently, and the person who gave her this snake is most likely still in the underworld. Achuka's words directly gave Noah a wonderful feeling in his heart. Sensing this feeling, Noah's eyes first focused, and then suddenly lit up. Noah had experienced this feeling many times. It was a feeling that Noah would only have when the world gave him a hint. A hint about the world fragment. This time, Noah finally became serious. Could it be that the world fragment is on the person who gave Diodora this snake? At the thought of this, Noah more or less couldn't sit still, but he forced himself to hold back and looked at Sazek. Why are you telling me this? You've asked the main point. Sazek's face showed a bitter expression. Because, if the owner of this snake is really in the underworld, we may have to borrow your power. My power? Noah raised his eyebrows. We can only borrow your power, Achuka said. After all, we alone can't do anything to the owner of this snake. This surprised Noah. Can't do anything? As a surpasser, his strength could definitely be ranked at the top of this world, and Sazek and Achuka, who were ranked in the top 10, couldn't do anything to him? Is this a joke? It's not a joke. As far as we know, there is only one existence who can give power to others, increase the power of others almost forever, and also have such a snake, Sazek said with a solemn expression. It is said to have infinite power, and even the gods are afraid of the strongest dragon in the legends. Infinite power. Isn't that's right. He's the one who has the ability to become the strongest existence in this world, the first of the top 10 experts, Sazak said, emphasizing each word. People call him the infinite dragon god, and his name is Orpheus. Sazak looked at Noah. Now, do you know why we can only ask you for help? Noah suddenly fell silent. Orpheus was the strongest person in the world. An existence that was said to have infinite power. In the past, Noah had learned of the existence of such a person from Varley. He didn't expect that such a person was not only likely to be in the underworld, but also to have joined the group of disasters. Most importantly, the world fragment was also very likely to be with this Orpheus. This is a bit troublesome. Chapter 679. The underworld, the Jumanli family, walking in the vast and luxurious corridor, Noah's mind was completely immersed in his own world. Orpheus. He was known as the strongest existence among the ranked experts in this world. After learning of his existence from Varley, Noah had various assumptions about this existence. The most basic assumption was, of course, the strength of the other party. There was no doubt that the strength of this existence, who was known to have unlimited power, was immeasurable. Sazak said that Orpheus was the strongest dragon with the title of Infinite Dragon God, a legendary existence that even the gods feared. Whether in terms of strength or level, Orpheus, who was known as the Dragon God, was above Drake and Erubian, who were sky dragons. Noah had also learned about the ranks of the dragon race from Drake. Putting aside those messy dragons, as far as Noah knew, there were 5 dragons in this world who were known as the 5 Dragon Kings, who could dominate the dragon race. Among these 5 dragon kings, even the weakest one had the power of a demon king. Above the dragon kings were the Red Dragon Emperor, and the White Dragon Emperor, who were known as the 2 Sky Dragons. At the level of sky dragons, ordinary gods and demon kings were no longer a match for them. In fact, Drake and Erubian's strength was indeed enough to be ranked among the top 10 strongest in this world. Then, the dragon that was stronger than sky dragons like Drake and Erubian was Orpheus, who was known as the dragon god by the world. It was the highest level dragon that was 1 level higher than the sky dragons that could be ranked in the top 10. One could imagine how strong Orpheus was. When they were at the venue, Sazak had told Noah that Orpheus, as the strongest dragon, symbolized infinity. Therefore, Orpheus could provide his power infinitely, like giving the power of a snake to others, so that others could obtain a certain degree of improvement in power. Therefore, Orpheus' so-called infinite power didn't mean that Orpheus was boundlessly strong and had no limit. Instead, it meant that Orpheus could generate power without limit, just like a perpetual motion machine that had no limit. Noah's magic power was also vast and boundless. However, compared to Orpheus who truly had infinite power, it was only a drop in the ocean. With such an ability, Orpheus's strength was strong enough to be called the strongest in the world. In this way, even if Sazak and Achuka were surpassers, they could not fight against this existence, and could only ask Noah for help. Of course, because of this incident, Sazak and the others also confirmed that Diodora had been in contact with the mass, who intended to be the enemy of the various forces, and was already considered a traitor of the demons. Regarding Theodora's betrayal, Sazak expressed that after killing this traitor, the high-level demons had no reason to find trouble with Noah anymore. Instead, they had to thank Noah for taking action, which would definitely make those high-level demons feel aggrieved to death. As for the matter of Orpheus, Noah really had to intervene. Putting aside the fact that the 2 demon kings, Sazak and Achuka, had taken a whole month off to accompany Noah in his special training, which allowed Noah to take the first solid step of using multiple avatars at the same time, the possibility that Orpheus might have clues about the world fragment on his body made Noah have to intervene. I just don't know how strong the legendary dragon god that even gods fear is, Noah muttered, shook his head, and pulled his thoughts back. No matter what, if Orpheus really has a world fragment on him, then even if it's a little reckless, I have to get in touch with it. After making up his mind, Noah stopped thinking about it and quickened his pace. It did not take long for him to arrive in front of Kitten's room. However, just as he arrived in front of Kitten's door, Noah's figure suddenly stopped, and he suddenly stretched out a hand and directly opened the door of Kitten's room. Bang! The violent action directly caused the door to emit a loud bang. Whoosh! At the same time, a black shadow shot out of Kitten's room in the direction of the window. The speed was so fast that Noah could barely see an afterimage, and then it flew out of the window. And on the bed in Kitten's room, the petite figure that should have been lying on it had disappeared. Seeing this scene in front of him, how could Noah not understand what had happened? There was an intruder. Moreover, it was an intruder who had set his eyes on the kitten and kidnapped it. Will I let you escape? Looking at the afterimage that flew out of the window, Noah raised his hand, and a strong magic power suddenly fluctuated in front of his palm and condensed at a shocking speed. Finally, it turned into a gorgeous magic array. Buzz! In the next moment, the magic power in the magic array converged into a huge beam of light, and it burst out with a sound of vibration in the air. The size of the beam was just right to fit the window of Kitten's room, and it shot out of the window and caught up with the afterimage in front of it. However, in the face of the amazing magic light beam, the afterimage in front of it suddenly became blurred. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the huge beam of light caught up with the afterimage, and in the midst of an explosion, it ignited a fire all over the sky. And at this moment, above the explosion of fire, a figure suddenly appeared without the slightest warning, and with a shake of the body, it once again flew away into the distance. Noah, who witnessed this scene with his own eyes, had a gloomy expression. Noah's outstanding sensing ability allowed him to sense that at the moment the figure blurred, the aura on the figure suddenly dropped abruptly. It was as if the figure had split into two, and an identical aura appeared in another direction. Is it an illusion or a substitute? Without the slightest hesitation, Noah's body crouched, and his feet exerted force. His body immediately shot out of the window like a bullet, and with a sharp sound of breaking air, he chased after the almost completely invisible intruder. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew in his face, and it was like a knife cutting his body, causing him to feel a slight pain. After flying out of the window, Noah landed on the crown of a large tree, and looked at the back of the intruder who was almost out of his sight. In his heart, the outline of the stone plate connected to the 10 avatars suddenly turned, and pointed to the phoenix. Fear the one with wings. Evil people and strong people, all fear me with wings. My wings will bring you a curse, and evil people will not be able to hit me. In this moment, Noah entered a world that others could not enter. It was a world where all external factors were eliminated, and Noah's own time was accelerated. Once he entered this world, Noah would be able to obtain a speed that surpassed everything, and no one would be able to match his speed. Noah, who was originally standing on the crown of the tree, seemed to have turned into a phantom, like a mirage, and directly disappeared on the spot. In the distance, who knew how far away, the intruder who was holding a petite figure in his arms suddenly had a change in expression. Immediately, in the space in front of the intruder, a figure suddenly flashed out, turned around, and lifted a leg, as if waving a whip, and fiercely lashed out in the direction of the intruder. The intruder who had kidnapped the kitten was just about to make a move, but the leg whip that was fiercely lashed out with a swift and fierce sound suddenly disappeared. That was the phenomenon caused by Noah once again activating his god speed, causing his own attack to become an attack that could not be captured. Bang! Amidst the muffled sound, the intruder who was holding the kitten was directly hit by Noah's god speed, as if he had been hit by a truck. His body flew backwards like an arrow from a bow, barely stabilizing his body when he was about to hit the ground. With a spin, he somewhat awkwardly landed on a rock. As soon as he landed on the rock, the intruder's expression changed again, and he did not hesitate to leap backwards and retreat. Swish! The elusive figure appeared at the spot where the intruder was a second ago, and threw a punch, but because the intruder retreated, the punch missed. This time, Noah was surprised. Whether it was the previous pursuit or the current attack, the intruder seemed to be able to sense Noah's approach and react. The intruder was actually able to see Noah using god speed. Did this intruder have the same mind's eye that could see through Godspeed like Luo Hao and Tony? Chapter 680. Raising his head, Noah looked at the intruder who had kidnapped Kitten for the first time. The intruder, who had retreated, was still holding Kitten. Landing on top of another rock, she also raised her head and met Noah's gaze. It was only at this moment that Noah finally saw the full appearance of the newcomer. What surprised Noah was that the intruder was a girl who looked to be only 17 or 18 years old. She was wearing a black kimono, but a large part of her chest was exposed. The two white thighs of her lower body were also directly exposed to the air. It was as if she was showing off her beauty to everything in the world. At first glance, her figure was no worse than any girl Noah had ever seen. What surprised Noah the most was that this girl, who was full of flirtatious beauty, not only had a pair of black cat ears, she also had two cat tails swaying behind her back. That posture was exactly the same as Kitten's. Noah's eyes slowly narrowed. Nikomata. Hearing this, the cat-eared girl, whose entire body was rippling with flirtatious charm, licked her lips charmingly. That's right, I am the cute and powerful Nikomata Meow. It wasn't just her figure and appearance. The girl's every move, every word, and every action had a special kind of allure. If a man with weak willpower were to see her like this, his soul would probably be taken away by her, right? However, Noah noticed another fact. You are not an ordinary Nikomata. To be able to see through my Godspeed, you must be from the strongest Nikomata race, the Nikomata race's bloodline, right? Only this could explain how she could see through Noah's Godspeed. If she was a Nikomata race, then even if Noah entered the world of Godspeed, she would be able to sense Noah's ki and react, right? Whether it was her figure or her race, she was exactly the same as Kitten. Noah remembered what Laibel had said about Kitten's past. You are Kitten's older sister. Ha, the flirtatious cat-eared girl immediately laughed. Her laughter was exceptionally alluring. You can call me Black Song. Thank you for taking care of my sister. True enough. This Nikomata Heigu was Kitten's older sister. That was the guy who had once killed his own master, abandoned the kitten, and became a lost demon. He was the guy who had gone berserk because he was too strong. Nikomata was very rare to begin with. As for the Nikomata race that could use both immortal arts and demonic arts were on the brink of extinction. At the very least, as far as she knew, apart from the cat girl and her kitten sisters, she had never heard of any other cat elves. Therefore, Noah was almost certain that she was the sister of the kitten that had been devoured by the power. In fact, Noah could indeed feel a trace of evil from the other party's body. Presumably, even if this cat girl wasn't an evil demon who killed without batting an eyelid, she wouldn't be soft-hearted, right? Glancing at the kitten that was quietly lying in Black Song's arms with her eyes closed, Noah's gaze turned cold. Give me the kitten. Noah's words left no room for doubt. In the first place, Noah had been suppressing a ball of fire in his heart because of what Theodora had done to Isha. Now that Black Song had set her sights on the kitten, how could Noah, who had been suppressing that ball of fire in his heart, not be angry? I don't care what your plans are for suddenly appearing in the underworld, and I don't care how dangerous you are to the demons. If you put down the kitten now, I can still tolerate it a little. Otherwise, I don't think I need to say it, right? Ugh, that's really scary, meow. Being stared at by Noah's cold eyes, even Black Song couldn't help but take a step back, the flirtatious smile on her face more or less slowing down. But, unfortunately, this is my sister. I won't put her down so easily, meow. Won't put her down so easily. Noah said sarcastically. Undoubtedly, you abandoned the kitten and left. Now you're saying you won't put her down so easily. Are you trying to make me laugh? That's between us sisters. The smile on Black Song's face finally disappeared completely, and her expression became gloomy. It's none of your business. Noah didn't say anything else, and looked straight at Black Song. The usual calmness in his deep, dark eyes made Black Song's heart tighten. Black Song knew that this was Noah's ultimatum. If she still didn't put the kitten down, then Noah wouldn't be so polite anymore. Because of the matter with Theodora, Noah, who had been suppressing the anger in his heart, completely displayed his dominance. In fact, Black Song was the last descendant of the strongest Nikomata race, the Nikomata race. Her strength was already above the highest level of demons. However, as a Nikomata who could use immortal spells, Black Song clearly felt how powerful Noah's aura was. She knew that she couldn't match Noah by herself no matter what. Black Song clenched her teeth slightly. Who the hell are you? The one who answered this question was not Noah, but another voice that suddenly appeared on the scene. He's Noah Doria, the God Slayer, that has never appeared before. He's also the current Red Dragon Emperor. If you want me to introduce him in more detail, then he's my rival. The moment this sentence sounded, a teleportation magic array appeared next to Black Song like a door. Then, a familiar figure walked out of it and imprinted itself in Noah's eyes. A beautiful silver-haired young man stood next to Black Song. The moment he appeared, it was as if there was no one else in his eyes except for Noah. The corners of his mouth slowly curled up. Should I say long time no see? The person who came was Varley. Varley? Noah was startled, then glanced at Black Song. You're also a member of the disaster squad? I was recently invited to join. Due to Varley's appearance, Black Song's expression once again returned to calmness, and the coquettish smile also returned to his face. I felt that it was quite interesting, so I joined. Black Song is now my teammate. In the words of the demon world, you can be considered as my relative. Varley spread out his hands and said so. So, Noah, I won't let you casually attack my relative. Hearing Varley's words, Noah smiled, but there was not the slightest hint of a smile in his eyes. Last time, I let you escape because you didn't cause any harm to the people around me. Varley, if you want to take Kitten away from me, this time, no matter where you escape to, I will dig you out. As soon as he finished speaking, a trace of pressure flashed across Noah's body, proving how much truth there was in Noah's words. Black Song's expression was already somewhat stiff. Even Varley's expression slowly turned serious, and the gaze he looked at Noah became brighter. I can feel that you've become stronger than last time. Noah, you're really worthy of being a strong opponent that I recognize. If this continues, perhaps you'll grow to be stronger than the one I want to defeat the most, or even stronger than any other existence. This really makes me happy. Perhaps, it wouldn't be bad to have a second battle with you here. This damn battle maniac, not only did he not treat Noah's strength as a threat at all, but his blood was boiling because of it. Just when Noah thought that Varley would choose to attack before him and directly rush over, Varley's tone suddenly changed. Although I really want to say this, today, I came here just to lead the way for someone. Lead the way? Noah was stunned. What does this mean? As if he saw through Noah's thoughts, Varley suddenly smiled. There's someone who seems to care about you, the God Slayer, and Red Dragon Emperor, so I brought her here to let you two meet. After saying that, Varley raised his head and looked at the sky above him. Noah frowned and also raised his head. Then, his expression finally changed. There was no other reason. It was just because a person had appeared there without him knowing. She was as petite as a kitten, with long black hair that reached her waist. She was wearing a dress that exposed her slender limbs. The girl seemed to have been looking at Noah the whole time. When Noah raised his head and their eyes met, she was still staring at Noah intently. Not long after, the girl softly opened her mouth, spitting out silent and short words. Long time no see, Drake. Noah's expression became completely dignified. Chapter 681. Noah had always believed that if someone approached him, unless it was someone who was completely harmless to him, it would be impossible for him to not notice someone approaching him with his outstanding sensory ability. However, this fact was finally overturned today. A petite girl suddenly appeared in midair. Noah did not notice the arrival of this petite girl at all. When exactly did the other party arrive? And when did he appear there? Could it be that she was already there? Noah did not know any of these. His sensory ability that had always been effective was completely ineffective in front of this petite girl. This caused Noah's expression to become more and more serious. From this petite girl, Noah did not feel any hostility, malice, or killing intent. It was as if she did not even have any other emotions. It was as if silence was born from nothingness, and he could not feel anything. Perhaps it was because of this that Noah's sensory ability was ineffective. However, Noah did not think that this petite girl in front of him was not a threat at all. Although he did not feel any aura, the inexplicable atmosphere surrounding the girl made Noah's heart jump with warning signs. However, other than the warning signs, Noah also had another strange feeling in his heart. This caused Noah's gaze to gradually focus on the petite girl. After a while, Noah finally noticed. An incomplete feather that was emitting a soft white light was floating in the body of the petite girl. That was the world fragment. Noah was secretly surprised in his heart. The world fragment in this world was actually the same as the world fragment in Bio's body in the world of the Night of the Magi. They both existed in the body of a living being. Could it be that this girl in front of him was the same as Bio, a living being that used the world fragment as the core of her life? Just as Noah was thinking of this, the girl did something completely different from Bio, who only had a beast-like spirituality due to the influence of the world fragment. Long time no see, Drager. The petite girl spat out these short and silent words without any emotion. Drager? Was this girl planning to greet Drake? However, the girl's gaze made Noah feel as if she was sizing him up from head to toe, and not looking for Drake's consciousness that was hidden in the depths of Noah's soul and had fallen into a deep slumber. Noah immediately said. As for Drager, it's currently asleep. It won't reply to you. Hearing this, the petite girl shook her head without any hesitation. In the next moment, the petite girl suddenly disappeared. Before Noah could even react, the unique voice that was as silent as the moonlight rang out from behind him. I have come to see thee. Noah was shocked. He turned around abruptly and looked behind him. There, the petite girl sat cross-legged on a rock and stared at Noah. After a while, she covered her chest. The inexplicable feeling that lingered in my heart told me that I must find someone. When Wally told me about the existence of the Red Dragon Emperor, I knew that the person was thee. Hearing this, the first thing that came to Noah's mind was the world fragment that was lodged in the girl's heart. If what the girl said was true, then the inexplicable feeling that lingered in her heart, the feeling that made her come to find Noah, was probably the influence of the world fragment. Noah didn't know that back then, during the Night of the Magi, Bio was also influenced by the world fragment. It made Bio feel like he had received a hint from the world that he must find Noah. This was why when Ouchie Orange appeared and used the contract, he was successfully contracted by her without any resistance. Perhaps, the girl was also influenced by the world fragment's will that wanted to return to the space between worlds through Noah's hand. That was why she followed this feeling and came to Noah's side. Being able to find the world fragment, Noah was naturally very happy. However, the girl in front of him had no thoughts or thoughts. Like the silent moonlight, she was unfathomably deep. This made Noah's heart filled with vigilance. This was the first time Noah had encountered such a situation where he was completely passive. Therefore, even if the world fragment was in front of him, even if he was shocked by the girl's unfathomable depth, Noah still didn't act rashly. He stared at the petite girl and spoke in a deep voice. Who are you? The one who answered Noah's question wasn't the petite girl, nor was it Haegu who had been silently standing by the side since the petite girl appeared. It was Varley. Do you still remember the existence that I mentioned before that was ranked number 1? Varley said. She's Orpheus. Noah had already guessed the identity of the petite girl. After all, among the existences that Noah knew, only the dragon god who claimed to have infinite power could make Noah fall into such a passive situation. And sure enough, the unfathomable petite girl in front of him was the infinite dragon god, Orpheus. He had just learned from Sazax that Orpheus might be in the underworld, and now, Orpheus appeared in front of Noah. it had to be said that even Noah was a little surprised. By the way, if you want to ask me why I'm working with Orpheus, I can also tell you the answer. Varley smiled silently. Orpheus is the leader of the Calamity Squad. The successive situations made Noah's eyes flash with a complicated expression. Phew. Noah could only take a deep breath, and let his usual calmness and composure return to him. He met Orpheus' gaze, and asked, Orpheus, what do you think? Then, the famous infinite dragon god, and the leader of the Calamity Squad, what do you want to do by coming to me? Orpheus lowered her head as if she had fallen into deep thought. After thinking seriously for a while, she shook her head again. I'm not sure, but I have to come to you. This is the first time I've had this feeling since I was born in the silent world. After saying that, Orpheus' face gradually brimmed with an innocent and romantic smile. This smile made the delicate face of the petite girl even more adorable. However, looking at this smile, Noah's warning signs that had been jumping in his heart instantly rose to the highest point. The next moment, Orpheus said such a sentence. So, I want to bring you back. When this sentence echoed in the entire space, a mist-like light flashed from Orpheus' body and swept in all directions like a wave. In an instant, it covered everything that Noah could see. When the mist-like light shrouded everything in his field of vision, a bad feeling flashed through Noah's heart. This was because Noah could feel that in this mist-like light, not only did he lose his sense of direction, but the auras of Orpheus, Varley, Hey-Go, and even Kitten had all disappeared within the range of his sensing ability. Moreover, when the mist-like light came into contact with Noah's body, Noah actually felt that his body was being eroded, and his consciousness became a lot more hazy. They hadn't even officially confronted each other, but he was already restrained to this extent by the other party. Noah's heart trembled slightly. With a thought, the vast mana in his body immediately flowed rapidly along his body, causing Noah's body to tremble slightly. A faint light appeared around him like a flame, burning away the mist-like light that was eroding towards him and blocking it outside his body. However, almost at the same time, Noah's heart suddenly trembled again. Without hesitation, Noah used the incarnation of the Dragon Emperor. All evildoers, be afraid of my power. Now, I shall obtain the majesty of 10 mountains, the strength of 100 rivers, and the strength of 1,000 giant dragons. The majestic me shall raise the ferocious power to slay dragons. Scale-like gas shook off from Noah's body and covered Noah's entire body. PFFF, in the next second, a slight sound of wind breaking, as if it had pierced through space, entered Noah's ears. A light spike that looked like a snake suddenly appeared from the mist-like light. It was as thick as an arm, but it was as soft as a snake. As it wriggled, it drew a strange arc in the air and shot in Noah's direction. Chapter 682. In front of him was a light that was diffusing and fluctuating like a fog. In Noah's field of vision, there was only such an existence left. However, when the Dragon Emperor's transformation covered Noah's entire body, a ray of light that was like a snake twisting its body suddenly pierced through space. Following the trajectory of space, it drew a strange arc and fell on Noah's body. Pa-dash! The snake-like ray of light hit Noah's chi scales and exploded, turning into a circle of light spots. Noah thought that the dragon-slaying power carried by the Dragon Emperor's transformation had an effect on the legendary dragon god, which was why this attack was neutralized. However, in the next moment, this thought of Noah's disappeared without a trace. The exploding light spots actually covered the air scales around Noah's body amidst the vibrations of space, and they began to shine brightly. At this moment, Noah only felt that his body was being attacked by an ice-cold chill, which constantly surged into Noah's body. Noah's expression suddenly changed slightly. His body tensed up, and a violent magic power surged out of his body. It vibrated and circled around the chi scales, causing Noah's chi scales to light up and shake, scattering the light spots on them. "Thou is very strong," Orpheus' voice reverberated in the void. "But, I am undefeatable." After he finished speaking, a light figure suddenly flashed out from the mist-like light that permeated the surrounding space after the snake-like soft light thorns. Like a flash of lightning, it rapidly approached Noah. Facing the ray of light that suddenly appeared and charged without any warning, Noah finally caught a trace of the other party with great difficulty. Clenching his fist, he ruthlessly smashed the ray of light in front of him. At this moment, the ray of light in front of Noah suddenly fluctuated rapidly, turning into a transparent mirror-like light curtain. Caught off guard, Noah's punch did not fall on the incoming ray of light, but directly on the light curtain. Peng dash! The heavy punch fell and heavily smashed on the light curtain. Then, Noah's heart suddenly jumped. It was because when Noah's heavy punch landed directly on the light curtain, an equally powerful force immediately rebounded back fiercely, causing a circle of ripples to appear on the surface of the light curtain. Noah, who was caught off guard, was shaken to the point that his arm went numb. He took a few steps back and stabilized his body with great difficulty. Dozens of spiral snake-like light thorns suddenly formed rapidly, with the tip pointing in the same direction. Over there, Noah, who was retreating, had just stabilized himself and stopped in that direction. It was as though he had deliberately become the target of all the light thorns. Puff 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 puff. The sky was filled with light thorns, which blotted out the sky and blotted out the earth as they shot toward Noah. Noah, who had stabilized his body, raised his head and looked at the large number of light thorns mixed with a strange aura. Finally, his face showed a thorny expression. These attacks seemed ordinary, but in fact, each one of them was extremely strange. Without knowing what kind of damage these attacks would cause, Noah did not dare to touch them easily. I must leave this strange fog-like light. With such an idea in mind, in the next second, Noah decisively cancelled the use of the Dragon Emperor incarnation and used the Phoenix incarnation instead. He entered the world of seraphic speed and disappeared in an instant. Peng dash! The overwhelming light thorns heavily collided with each other, causing a circle of ripples like a halo, and then a burst of gorgeous light spots. They cancelled each other out and disappeared. Maintaining the state of seraphic speed, Noah rushed in one direction with all his strength. No matter how wide the coverage of this fog-like light was, as long as he rushed in one direction with a speed comparable to real thunder and lightning, he would always be able to rush out. All of a sudden, the mist-like light that shrouded the entire space suddenly trembled. Like a rolling sea, it set off waves of ripples that were like stormy waves. Dong! Noah, who was rushing in one direction at full speed, only felt the surrounding space suddenly become violent, and then, an unimaginable impact hit him fiercely in the state of seraphic speed. Goo dash! Noah let out a muffled groan. He was like a balloon that had hit a solid wall and bounced off. He retreated from the state of lightning speed and stopped moving. Weng 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 dash! Around him, the fog-like light was still constantly vibrating, setting off circles of ripples. After a long while, from the circles of ripples, countless small light ribbons shot out with a sharp sound, wrapping around Noah's direction. In just a moment, they had wrapped around every corner of Noah. At this moment, Noah was like a small silkworm that was about to be wrapped up in a cocoon. There was no way out. Seeing that the small light ribbons were about to wrap around his body, Noah closed his eyes instead. I, with a violent heart, tightly cover the sky, and declare, roll up a storm for me, rain for me, I will not allow you to disobey my orders. When the spirit of the storm spread throughout the whole space, a breeze suddenly appeared around Noah's body, and began to swirl around Noah's body like a tornado, and it became more and more intense. Hugh dash! Not long after, the sharp sound of the wind rang around Noah's body, and a substantial tornado, with Noah as the center, quickly took shape. It rose from the ground, rushed to the sky, and gradually expanded. In the blink of an eye, it had expanded to a range of more than 10 meters. Pa 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 pa. The light ribbons that were wrapping around him were directly swept up by the tornado, and with a crisp sound, they were directly defeated. Immediately, Noah's cold voice rang out. Explode for me. The tornado that had expanded was completely sluggish. Dong! The violent tornado exploded, and turned into a fierce shockwave, shaking in all directions. Kacha kacha! Noah could already hear the sound of the ground cracking. Around him, the fog-like light was also swept away by the violent shockwave, and no longer continued to fluctuate. Now's the time. Seizing the opportunity, Noah let a gust of wind curl around his body. Under the guidance of the wind, his body shook, and he suddenly soared into the sky, explosively shooting upwards, and rapidly increasing in height. Since he couldn't just charge straight up, then he would break through upwards. This was Noah's idea. But in the instant that Noah soared into the sky, not far above Noah's head, an invisible force was constantly acting. Feeling that force, Noah's heart slightly tightened, and reflexively raised one of his hands towards the sky. I am the conqueror who can defeat 1,000 with 100, 10,000 with 1,000, and 10,000 with 10,000. Now, for me who stands on the side of justice, please shine brightly, and bestow me with divine power. In Noah's heart, the stone plate that was originally pointing at the storm pattern turned, and pointed at the thunder pattern. Beep beep. A burst of violent lightning flashed in Noah's hand, and directly swept out, angrily shooting towards the sky above. Clang! Just like that, the thunder that soared into the sky suddenly seemed to have collided with something, causing a crisp sound. That was actually a mirror-like light screen that was formed out of the fog-like light that had gathered at an unknown time. The thunder that landed on it was directly bounced off. And such a layer of light screen almost covered the entire sky that Noah could see. If Noah were to rush up like that, he was afraid that he would end up like the thunder that was bounced off. After his eyes flickered a few times, Noah could only helplessly give up the idea of forcibly breaking through. His body turned into a bolt of lightning, and violently swept down. After landing on the ground, he once again condensed into a solid body, and returned to his original appearance. From the beginning to the end, Orpheus did not use any earth-shattering attacks. He only used this strange force to trap Noah, and it was more troublesome than anything else. Just based on this point alone, he was worthy of his title as the strongest. Chapter 683. Before this, Noah had already mentally prepared himself for Orpheus' power. After all, to be able to leave the top powerhouses of the various forces in the dust, and even the surpassers Sazix and Achuka claimed that they had no way to fight against him, they could only seek help from Noah. With the existence of unlimited power, the strength of Orpheus could be seen from the literal description of each and every one of them. Even so, Orpheus' power still exceeded Noah's expectations. Noah really did not expect that not only would he be completely at a disadvantage in front of Orpheus, but he would also be trapped by Orpheus' strange power without even being able to see what this power was. This was really too troublesome. If he had sufficient understanding of Orpheus, he should be able to escape this predicament by using the warrior's incarnation. It would not be impossible for him to catch Orpheus off guard and defeat him. The problem was that there were not many people in this world who could say that they understood the dragon god who was said to have unlimited power, let alone Noah. According to Drake, Orpheus was not a life that was born in this world, but an existence that was born in the void of the dimensional crack. Hence, apart from knowing that the dragon god was a dragon, had infinite power, and was closely related to the Ouroboros, which symbolized infinity, no one in the dragon race dared to say that they knew anything about Orpheus, let alone the other forces. Therefore, the warrior incarnation could not be activated in front of Orpheus. In that case, there's no other way, I can only use it. After murmuring softly, Noah slowly closed his eyes. A burst of extremely violent mana rose from Noah's body bit by bit, like a gradually growing small flame that slowly burned. Not long after, it turned into a terrifying flame that shook from Noah's body. Wang! As if stimulated by Noah at this moment, the fog-like light that pervaded the surroundings began to tremble. Countless light thorns rapidly condensed in the space, and instantly filled the entire space. With a burst of wind sounds, they shot towards Noah, who had his eyes tightly closed. However, in the face of the overwhelming light thorns that shot towards him from all directions, Noah still did not move, and only chanted softly. I am the strongest, and I hold all victory in my hands. Be it human or demon, I am the one who defeats all enemies. I will defeat any enemy that stands in my way." After such a long time, Noah finally chanted the words that called for victory once again, causing the mana in his body to suddenly surge like boiling water. At this moment, the stone plate in Noah's heart that only pointed in one direction actually trembled and spun wildly. Immediately after, on the outline of the stone plate that spun wildly, 2 of the 10 symbols that represented the incarnation suddenly shone with a dazzling light. Pang! Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, the mana flames that burned from Noah's body all gathered together. In the next moment, a giant that was at least 100 meters tall and composed of pure mana overlapped on Noah's body and appeared in this world. That was the incarnation of the giant. Only when using this incarnation, Noah's incarnation of the giant could display unparalleled divine power, and the power of a punch was enough to split mountains and rivers. However, if Guinevere, who had seen Noah's incarnation of the giant, was here, she would be shocked to find out. The giant in front of her was completely different from the giant that Noah used before. Because, not only was this giant's body red, even its head had turned into a ferocious dragon's head. Its body was covered with scales, and a pair of wings grew out of its back that covered the sky. There was also a long dragon tail hanging behind its back, and with a gentle wave, it shook the air. That posture was just like a dragon man that covered the sky and covered the sun. In addition to the giant, the other incarnation that Noah used was the dragon emperor. In the next moment, the huge dragon man raised its ferocious dragon head. Roar! A high-pitched dragon roar that sounded like the sky was falling and the earth was splitting violently shook from the huge dragonman's body, and turned into a sound wave that was like a substantial shock wave, causing the surrounding light thorns to be shaken to a halt. Pang! The light thorns that were violently shot out exploded one after another. Goo! At the same time, Noah only felt that the magic power in his body was flowing away at an astonishing speed. It evaporated and turned into the flesh and blood of the ferocious giant red dragon man, allowing the 2 incarnations of giant and dragon emperor to perfectly fuse together, resulting in such an earth-shattering power. Every part of his body was making sounds that could not bear the burden. All the blood in his body was boiling and circulating at an extremely fast speed. His mana was flowing away at an extremely terrifying speed. Waves of intense pain also came from his head. Using 2 incarnations at the same time, and even fusing them together, the burden that Noah had to bear had already turned into the most astonishing consumption and damage. In this state, Noah could probably maintain the battle for less than 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, not only would Noah exhaust all his mana, the burden on his body would also cause him to be unable to move. Therefore, Noah had never used 2 incarnations at the same time. This was a trump card that needed to be hidden even more deeply than the incarnation of the warrior. And by using this trump card of trump cards, it meant that, absolutely, I cannot lose. Among the ferocious crimson dragon man that covered the sky, his entire body was boiling with violent mana, allowing it to form the body of the huge dragon man. Noah, who maintained the form of the huge dragon man, as if there was a huge crimson dragon man overlapping on his body, suddenly raised his head. As if synchronized with Noah's movements, the huge crimson dragon man also suddenly raised his head, causing the entire space to tremble at this moment, and in the surroundings, the mist-like light once again seemed to be stimulated, violently rolling and surging at an unprecedented frequency, crazily surging. Then, the mist-like light directly turned into a huge wave of air in the rolling and surging, violently rolling towards the ferocious crimson dragon man amidst the chaotic vibrations of the atmosphere. Roar! The huge dragon man that covered the sky let out a provocative roar towards the huge wave of air without any fear, like a huge dragon standing on the beach roaring towards a tsunami from the sea. It raised a ferocious crimson dragon claw and swung it towards the huge wave of air. Boost 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 boost. At this moment, on the ferocious crimson dragonman's body, the gems hidden in the scales of the huge crimson dragon man released a series of voices. In an instant, the ferocious dragon claw swung towards the huge wave of air suddenly expanded by a lot. Everywhere it passed, the space trembled violently and exploded extremely cleanly, turning into pitch-black nothingness. Under such circumstances, the terrifying dragon claw and the huge wave of air violently collided. The earth trembled, and so did the sky. Amidst the terrifying loud noise, pitch-black spatial cracks spread out in the mist-like light at a terrifying speed. As if a star had exploded, a terrifying impact spread out from the center of the collision, violently impacting the surrounding mist-like light that Noah couldn't do anything to. Kacha kacha. The space had already begun to collapse amidst the cracking sounds. Pang! Under that incomparably violent impact, the mist-like light trembled and was torn apart. As the space was being torn apart bit by bit, it was like a fog that was being blown away. Finally, it was violently blown away by the terrifying impact. And in a corner of the mist-like light that was blown away, Orpheus, who was sitting cross-legged on a rock, revealed her figure. Her beautiful face that was as silent as the moonlight from the beginning, without the slightest trace of emotion, finally showed a trace of days. Chapter 684. What? What's that? Behind Orpheus, Varley and Hegu, who was holding the kitten, looked at the center of the dispelled fog-like light in front of them with a hint of astonishment on their faces. Boom! There, an extremely tall and ferocious dragonoid with crimson scales and gas-like precious gems appeared. With just a slight movement, it caused the surrounding space to tremble abruptly, bringing about a terrifying pressure that caused Varley and Hege's hearts to tighten. Ever since Orpheus planned to bring Noah back and used that fog-like light to trap Noah, Varley and Hegu were unable to know what had happened in that light. That was because it looked like a ray of light at first glance, but in fact, it was an alternate space that Orpheus had created with his infinite power. Therefore, neither Varley nor Hegu knew what had happened in that alternate space. Under such circumstances, it was no wonder that Varley and Hegu were so astonished when they saw the dragonoid that blotted out the sky. In particular, Varley and Hegu could feel a terrifying power spreading from the crimson dragonoid's body, causing these two battle maniacs who could fight against a demon king to be terrified. Inside the crimson dragonoid that blotted out the sky, Noah was panting violently. His body was still boiling with an astonishing amount of mana that was used to form the body of the gigantic crimson dragonoid. Looking at Orpheus, who was sitting cross-legged on the rock, a sharp glint flashed across his eyes. Found you. As soon as he finished speaking, the mana that surged from Noah's body boiled and burned again. Roar! The gigantic crimson draconian, whose entire body was composed of pure magic power and overlapped on Noah's body like a phantom, suddenly roared. The magic power that made up his body fluctuated like a gas and surged out from his body. In the blink of an eye, the entire world was filled with an astonishing pressure. Under that kind of pressure, Varley and Hege's pupils shrank and their bodies trembled. Their bodies stiffened out of reflex and they were unable to move. In front of the shocked Varley and Hegu, the malevolent huge dragon person once again raised his mountain-sized dragon claw and fiercely slammed it down in Orpheus' direction. With a wave of the mountain-like dragon claw, the atmosphere shook, and violent air currents swirled around the terrifying dragon claw, causing the wind to howl. The turbulence rapidly rolled into a vortex and was carried by the huge dragon claw to attack Orpheus. At first glance, it looked as if a tornado had covered the crimson dragon claw, and was blasting towards Orpheus with a sharp sound. Looking at the huge dragon claw that was like a storm, Orpheus' eyes flashed, and he finally stood up. Boom! A burst of black aura that was on par with the crimson huge dragon person and contained terrifying power burst out from Orpheus' petite body. There seemed to be no end to the black flames. They continuously surged out of Orpheus' petite body and finally formed a gigantic black serpent that was as large as the crimson draconid. A ferocious glint flashed in the serpent's eyes. Hiss! The huge snake fiercely roared at the huge dragon person, then raised its huge snake tail and violently swung it out. It was mixed with a burst of energy as it fiercely met the huge dragon claw. At the moment of collision, the space where the huge dragon claw and the huge snake tail came into contact seemed to be torn apart. With a pop sound, the space cracked inch by inch, bringing out a series of black cracks. Boom! The two terrifying attacks, one claw and one tail, were only in a stalemate for a moment before exploding in the sky with a loud bang. The intense collision sound could still be faintly heard by people who were more than 1,000 meters away. The impact caused by the collision of the two turned into a wave-like storm that spread in all directions. Noah and Orpheus, who were protected by the crimson huge dragon person and the huge black snake, ignored the impact that was strong enough to shatter mountains. However, Varley and Hagu were caught off guard by the aftermath and were directly blown away like kites with a broken string. Then, an earth-shattering confrontation unfolded in this world. The huge black snake's pitch-black scales shrunk strangely, and a faint layer of black aura seeped out from under the scales and quickly enveloped the huge snake's body. Swoosh! In front of the huge snake, the crimson huge dragon person brandished his dragon claw that was covered in violent air currents and mixed with mana. It smashed towards the snake like a thunderbolt. Boom! The huge dragon claw smashed heavily on the body of the huge snake, causing a deafening muffled sound. However, the huge snake's body was like air without any force, and the shocking blow was neutralized by the layer of black aura on the surface of its body. However, although most of the force of the attack was neutralized, a small part of the force still landed on the giant snake's body. The terrifying power contained in the dragon claw instantly shattered a small part of the scales on the huge black snake's body. Hiss! The huge black snake hissed, and its huge body curled up abruptly. It suddenly swung its huge tail back, and like a counterattack from an injured beast, it ruthlessly whipped the crimson huge dragon person's waist. Boom! Hence, the huge crimson huge dragon person was sent flying like a rubber ball, and rubbed against the ground. All the obstacles in its way, including the mountains, trees, rocks, and earth, were all cut open, and a huge abyss was forcefully carved out before it managed to stabilize itself. That scene was simply like a terrifying chaotic battle between prehistoric giant beasts. It was terrifying to the extreme. Hiss! The huge snake let out a painful groan, and kept rolling on the spot. Although most of the force of the huge dragon person's attack was neutralized, don't forget that the huge dragon person was formed by the fusion of the giant and the dragon emperor's incarnation, and naturally had the dragon-slaying power of the dragon emperor's incarnation. After that dragon-slaying power had been multiplied several times and enhanced by the giant's incarnation, it was believed that any member of the dragon race would be severely injured even if they didn't die after being hit by it. And Orpheus was indeed Orpheus. As the infinite dragon god, the amazing dragon-slaying power only made the huge snake roll on the spot in pain, and it was still unknown whether Orpheus was hurt or not. Isn't this dragon god a little too strong? In the phantom of the huge crimson dragon person, Noah, whose whole body was burning with mana, had turned pale. Every part of his body was in excruciating pain, and his head felt as if lava had been poured into it. It was so hot that Noah's vision began to blur. The price to pay for the dragon god to get serious was actually so huge. The power of the two incarnations at the same time, which shocked Syzax and Achuka, was actually only on par with Orpheus. However, Orpheus' power was infinite, and he could always maintain this level of intensity. Noah, on the other hand, could only maintain it for 10 minutes when he used both incarnations at the same time. Now, most of the 10 minutes had passed, and there was probably less than 3 minutes left. If he couldn't defeat Orpheus in less than 3 minutes, Noah would no longer have the power to fight back. Fight! At that moment, Noah's eyes showed a trace of ruthlessness, and he raised his head to look at the sky. To be more precise, it should be said that he was looking at the eastern sky. At the same time, in Noah's heart, the shining, giant, symbol dimmed, and was replaced by another symbol that lit up. The gigantic crimson dragon man stacked on top of Noah's body shuddered before exploding into a burst of crimson gas that soared into the sky. For the sake of victory, quickly come before me. O, undying sun, please bestow upon me a shining steed, a spirited steed. Bring me the wheel of light that symbolizes your Lord. The crimson gas that rushed into the sky directly entered the clouds, flashing with a dazzling red light. The next moment, a red sun appeared. Chapter 685. When the red sun appeared in the sky, an unusually violent wave suddenly rippled in the sky. All of a sudden, the demons who sensed the wave of energy lifted their heads and looked at the sky. When they saw the red sun, their expressions changed abruptly. As the wave became more violent, wisps of red flames that seemed to be substantial surged in the red sun. In the end, they wrapped around the red sun and spun crazily, dispersing the clouds around the red sun. In the huge black snake, Orpheus looked up at the red sun in the sky with an expressionless face. Then, he shifted his gaze and stared unblinkingly at the pale-faced Noah in the distance. Noah was burning with terrifying mana flames all over his body. His eyes flickered slightly. As the dragon god who was publicly recognized as the #1 powerhouse in this world, Orpheus' invincibility was deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. However, at this moment, Orpheus, who had displayed his infinite power to the fullest, met an opponent who could be called an opponent. Wally had once said that as the #1 powerhouse who was publicly recognized as invincible, even if all the top 10 powerhouses in this world were to join forces, they might not be able to defeat Orpheus. Now, Noah was truly able to contend with Orpheus to a certain extent. Of course, with Orpheus' ability, he could naturally see that Noah's power that was comparable to his couldn't last long. He was afraid that Noah had almost reached his limit and couldn't use it anymore. That was why Noah wanted to make a final gamble. If he could withstand the next blow, Orpheus would be able to defeat Noah easily. And of course, the next blow would be to the extent that even Orpheus would have to use all his strength to withstand it. "You are very strong," Orpheus once again spat out such words. "But, I am undefeatable." As soon as he finished speaking, the gigantic black snake on Orpheus dissipated and turned into black flames that soared into the sky. It continued to expand from Orpheus' body and turned into a dazzling light that was like another black sun that appeared on the ground. It brought about an extremely ferocious power that surged in all directions. Looking at the dazzling black radiance that seemed to encompass the entire land, Noah gritted his teeth and endured the excruciating pain in his body, the burning sensation in his head, the blurring of his vision, and the rapid depletion of the magic power in his body. He squeezed out the last bit of his strength and poured all of his magic power into the next attack. All of a sudden, the raging red flames around the red sun in the sky became even more vigorous. In fact, the space around the red sun was slightly distorted at this moment. An almost corporeal violent energy fluctuation poured into the red sun, causing the color of the sun to become brighter and brighter, to the point where it had a strange dark red color. Immediately after, Noah's voice reverberated in the sky. "Whether you are undefeatable or not, you will have to take my final blow first." As these words came out, Noah's last bit of mana finally left his body and channeled into this final blow. Within the dark red sun, the roiling flames gradually condensed and trembled. In the end, everyone who looked up at the red sun saw it. In the blazing red sun, an incomparably handsome red horse quietly appeared. It was a crimson horse with crimson flames rolling all over its body. Its body was covered in scale-like armor, and every corner of the armor was filled with precious stones. It had a sharp horn on its head, and its eyes flickered with a bloody light. If the legendary dragon horse existed, then the giant red horse that appeared from the red sun was the so-called dragon horse. And it was indeed a dragon horse that carried the power of dragons and the power to slay dragons. It was a dragon horse that was formed by the fusion of the white horse and the dragon emperor. A blood-red light flashed in the eyes of the majestic dragon horse. It raised its head and let out a long neigh. Boost, 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 boost. Then, the gems embedded in the scales of the crimson draconic horse flickered one after another, emitting sounds. The draconic horse, which was already extremely handsome, suddenly grew in size. The rolling flames on its body also became more and more violent and hot. In the end, the entire sky was dyed red. At the same time, the dazzling black light that surged from Orpheus' body also spread out like flames, bringing with it waves of obscure energy. It shook the ground until it cracked inch by inch, and some of the rocks even shattered into a pile of powder. It was extremely terrifying. Orpheus raised his head and looked at the majestic dragon horse in the sky. Sensing a strong sense of danger from it, Orpheus closed his eyes and raised his hand as if he was holding something up. His movements were extremely slow. As a result, the black light that surged from Orpheus' body immediately turned into a huge snake spear. It pointed diagonally at the sky, bringing with it waves of terrifying turbulence scraping sounds. It stirred up waves of extremely terrifying energy fluctuations that flowed along the ground and spilled out. In an instant, the ground suddenly shook and turned into powder. Like a flash flood, the huge snake spear that was formed by the dazzling black light suddenly exploded. Clang! Accompanied by resplendent light that blotted out the sky and earth, an incomparably sharp and ear-piercing sonic boom resounded. The enormous dark black serpent spear cut through space like lightning, shooting straight towards the horizon. Everywhere it passed, the entire space was stirred into a mess, and ferociously burst apart. This was Orpheus' all-out attack. The demons who were looking up at the red sun in the sky and discussing fervently only saw a huge black spear shooting into the sky like an arrow that was trying to shoot down the sun. Their vision was almost covered by the dazzling black light that covered the sky and earth. In particular, those demons who could feel the terrifying power contained in the black spear were all horrified and in a mess. The chaos in the outside world naturally did not reach Noah, who was in the middle of a battle. Noah only took a deep breath of chaotic air into his lungs and endured the burden and pain from both his body and mind. He raised one hand high above his head and swung it down heavily. Nay! In the distant horizon, the majestic dragon horse in the red sun let out a high-pitched roar that sounded like both a horse's neigh and a dragon's roar. When the sky suddenly shook because of this roar, the dragon horse swooped down and turned into a crimson meteor that fell from the sky with terrifying flames. It pierced through the space with an irresistible force and fell with an irresistible force. It was as if a huge rock was thrown into a lake. The originally chaotic space around the draconic horse that fell like a crimson meteorite cracked open and spread rapidly along the trajectory of the falling draconic horse. The terrifying flames that the majestic draconic horse brought along made the air along the way extremely hot. The temperature suddenly rose by an unknown number of levels. The slightly overflowing heat directly melted the shattered space like melted glass and completely turned the entire space into nothingness. The dazzling black light occupied the entire space below. The scorching flames occupied the entire sky above. The world seemed to have turned into two colors, red and black. It was completely occupied by the crimson horse and the snake spear, showing a beautiful vision of heaven and earth. The space along the way was shaken open, causing the space cracks to spread. It contained a terrifying power. Under the shocked and horrified gaze of all the evil demons who witnessed this scene, the two collided in midair. For a moment, the world suddenly became quiet. The crimson draconic horse and the black snake spear quietly collided. First, there was a light spot at the point of contact. Then, the light spot rapidly expanded in the middle, becoming more and more dazzling and huge. After a while, it turned into a dazzling strong light that covered the entire world. It shrouded the vibration and collapse of the space in it and exploded. Dong! When the dazzling light sprinkled down from the sky, the entire world exploded with an earth-shaking explosion. It carried an extremely shocking impact as it leaked out from the sky. A burst of strong light that was enough to burn the eyes covered the surroundings, causing everyone to lose their vision. Chapter 686. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded in the distant sky, as if a mountain was collapsing and the earth was splitting apart. At that moment, countless demons who witnessed the collision between the red sun and the sun-shooting snake spear felt their heads go blank from the explosion, and their ears were temporarily deafened. Some of the weaker demons even fainted and fell to the ground. The sky was red, and the earth was black. Heaven and earth were red and black, and the entire space was gradually collapsing. In the dazzling heaven and earth vision, a tornado-like energy ripple surged out from the center of the collision and swept across the sky. Crack, 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 crack. The space was distorted like a rag, and it couldn't bear the burden and exploded with cracking sounds. Deep black marks spread out, and they were clearly visible. In the full-force collision between Noah and Orpheus, the entire space between heaven and earth was almost blasted apart. The collision was actually so terrifying. The energy ripple that was filled with red flames and black energy formed a storm that spun wildly and released a shocking destructive force. Boom, 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 boom. At the bottom of the energy storm, the earth seemed to have been attacked by the tip of the tornado, and it exploded one by one. Boom, 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 boom. Countless rocks and hills were completely destroyed at this moment, and they turned into dust amidst the muffled explosions. Pa, 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 pa. Everything within a few hundred meters, whether it was trees, rivers, rocks, or hills, were all destroyed by the violent energy storm as if they had fallen into a cataclysm. Only debris was left. Dong! The ripples formed by the force of the impact contained a dense fiery light, covering the entire world. Fortunately, the place where Noah and Orpheus fought was in the wilderness where there was no human habitation, and the territory of the underworld was very vast because there was no sea. The distance between cities and territories was quite far, so large areas of mountains and wastelands were unoccupied. Therefore, even such a terrifying collision didn't cause any real casualties. It only made the demons who witnessed the collision in the nearby cities dizzy, causing many of them to faint, and the windows of the buildings to shatter. If this confrontation had happened directly in the midst of human habitation, the casualties would have been truly terrifying. After an unknown amount of time, the powerful light that enveloped the entire world slowly receded. The energy storm formed by the shock waves also gradually dissipated. Even the sky and land gradually returned to their original color and color. The temperature also began to fall. However, the shattered space between heaven and earth would take a long time to recover. The demons who witnessed everything panicked one after another, causing the cities to become extremely noisy and chaotic. Some of the armies belonging to the higher-level demon nobles had already begun to move over and plan to head to the scene. Today was destined to be a day of unrest. On the other side, the place where Noah and Orpheus were originally located had completely turned into a wasteland. Rolling gravel, collapsed mountains, broken rivers, annihilated forests, the entire scene was as if they had just experienced the end of the world and luckily escaped a calamity. It was rather shocking. In such a miserable wasteland, in a corner, there was a crumbling barrier full of cracks. Finally, it couldn't hold on any longer and exploded, revealing the situation inside. Inside the barrier was Varley, whose armor was shattered inch by inch, with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Next to Varley, Haegu, who was holding the unconscious kitten, was also in a sorry state, with many parts of his body charred. Both of them stared straight ahead, and there was only shock in their eyes. Just because they were close, they were affected by the aftermath of the impact. These two people with outstanding strength who could fight against the Demon King had ended up in such a state. If someone had told Varley and Haegu before today that they had ended up in such a miserable state just by watching the battle, they would definitely have scoffed at them. However, seeing such a scene today, the bloody truth told Varley and Haegu how far away they were from the battle just now. It was so far away that Varley and Haegu had ended up in such a state just by watching the battle. Of course, Varley and Haegu didn't doubt Orpheus' ability. However, Noah was actually able to compete with Orpheus and cause such an earth-shattering collision, causing the two of them to end up in such a state. Both Varley and Haegu couldn't believe it. Cough cough. Haegu wanted to get up, but his body went limp and he almost fell to the ground. His face was pale, and he couldn't stop coughing. Ugh! The armor on Varley's body was completely shattered and disappeared, leaving Varley clutching his chest. Blood kept dripping from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were extremely shaken. He's actually so strong. Compared to Orpheus, who was already invincible among the strong in this world, Varley was more concerned about Noah's strength. Varley knew that Noah was very strong. He was both the God Slayer and the Red Dragon Emperor. It was impossible for Noah not to be strong. However, it was only now that Varley realized that he had always underestimated Noah. In the beginning, Varley thought that Noah could be ranked in the top 20 in this world. In the end, Noah used his strength to tell Varley that it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he could be ranked in the top 10. When Varley thought that Noah had the strength to be ranked in the top 10 and regarded him as a strong opponent, Noah once again told Varley that he could fight with the invincible Orpheus, who was ranked first. Orpheus was a terrifying existence that wouldn't necessarily be defeated even if he were to face all the other strong people who could be ranked in the top 10. To be able to compete with Orpheus, how could Noah's strength be tolerated at the level of the top 10? At the very least, Noah could be ranked second in the top 3. Moreover, he was the only one who could compete with Orpheus in the rankings. One could imagine the shock that this fact had on Varley. Not only Varley, but even Haegu was uncertain. He asked with a trembling voice. "Do you think he won against Orpheus?" "That's right." This was the main point. Varley gritted his teeth and suddenly rushed out. "Varley!" Haegu exclaimed. He hurriedly carried the kitten and followed. In a corner of the wasteland that had been sliced by countless layers, only a small figure stood there. When Varley and Haegu saw the small figure, they were stunned at first. Then, they unconsciously heaved a sigh of relief. Haegu even smiled slightly. "It seems that Orpheus won." Varley didn't say anything. He just stepped forward and stood behind Orpheus. "Orpheus." Orpheus didn't answer Varley. Instead, he stared blankly in front of him and didn't move for a long time. Following Orpheus's gaze, Varley looked over. Then, Noah, who was sitting on the ground with his back against a broken rock, panting violently. His face was extremely pale, and he was imprinted in Varley's eyes. The scene in front of him told everyone. Who was the winner? However, just when Varley thought that Noah was the loser, Hagu's trembling voice sounded behind him. "Varley, look at Orpheus's chest." Hearing this, Varley was stunned. When he saw Orpheus's chest, his pupils shrank fiercely. That was because the place where the heart should have been was completely empty. Yes. It was empty. The place where Orpheus's heart should have been had completely disappeared. On the other side, Noah, who was leaning against the broken rock, had one hand stained with blood. Seeing this, how could Varley not understand what had happened? Noah and Orpheus' all-out attack were evenly matched. However, at the last moment, Noah used all his strength and used the power of the Dragon Slayer from the Dragon Emperor avatar to dig out Orpheus's heart. I'm afraid that even Orpheus couldn't react in time to this sudden attack, right? Noah had exhausted all his strength and was in a weak state, unable to move. Orpheus's heart was dug out directly. In the end, who won and who lost? No. There was no victory or defeat anymore. After all, Noah had only exhausted himself. He wasn't defeated at all. As for Orpheus, it could be said that he had unlimited power. Born from nothingness, as long as his power was still in a state of circulation, no matter how serious his injuries were, he could rely on his unlimited power to recover. There was no victory or defeat at all.